नमः ॐ विष्णुपदाय कृष्णप्रेष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदान्त स्वामिनिति नामिने नमस्ते सारस्वते देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेषा शून्यवादी पाश्चात्यदेशतारिणे नमो महावदन्याय कृष्णप्रेमप्रदायते कृष्णाय कृष्णचैतन्य नामने गौरत्वसे नमः। हे कृष्णा करुणा सिंधो दीनबंधो जगतपते गोपेशा गोपिका कांत राधा कांत नमोस्तुते तप्त कांचन गौरांगी राधे वृंदावनेश्वरी वृषभानुसुते देवी प्रणमामि हरिप्रिये वाञ्छाकल्पतरुभ्यश्च कृपा सिन्धुभ्य एव च पतितानां पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः। जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौरभक्तवृंद हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण। So yesterday we were discussing how by the influence of the three modes of material nature, there are so many different aspects of knowledge. What else? Knowledge, action in three modes, worker in three modes, understanding in three modes, determination, happiness. Okay, so and then we discussed how in order to come out of the influence of the three modes, perform prescribed duties according to Varnashram. So essentially by practicing Nishkam Karma Yoga, one can gradually progress on the path of liberation. Okay, so now we go to the next section from 49 to 55. So here he is describing how by the practice of Jnana Yoga, one can come to the Brahmbhuta platform. 49. Asakta buddhi sarvatra jitatma vigata spruha naishkarmya siddhim paramam sanyasena digacchati. One who is self-controlled and unattached and who disregards all material enjoyments can obtain by the practice of renunciation the highest perfect stage of freedom from reaction. Purport?
The real renunciation means that one should always think himself part and parcel of Supreme Lord, and therefore think that he has no right to enjoy the result of his work. Since he is a part and parcel of the Supreme Lord, the result of his work must be enjoyed by the Supreme Lord. This is actually Krishna consciousness. The person acting in Krishna consciousness is really a sannyasi, one in the renounced order of life. By such a mentality, one is satisfied because he is actually acting for the Supreme. Thus, he is not attached to anything material. He becomes accustomed to not taking pleasure in anything beyond the transcendental happiness derived from the service of the Lord. A sannyasi is supposed to be free from the reaction of his past activities, but a person who is in Krishna consciousness automatically attains this perfection without even accepting the so called order of renunciation. This state of mind is called Yugarud or the perfectional stage of yoga. As confirmed in this chapter, Yastva Atma Ratir Evasyat, one who is satisfied in himself has no fear of any kind of reaction from his activity.
Okay, Srila Prabhupada is of course giving a devotional perspective. But in the verse itself, the Lord is speaking about the process of Jnana Yoga. So in Jnana Yoga, essentially the person perfectly realizes I'm not the body, I'm spirit soul, and therefore asakta buddhi sarvatra is totally detached from everything material because he has that perfect realization. Jita atma, he has totally controlled his mind and senses. Vigata spriha, no material desires. And he has no material desires, there are no sinful activities. Because there are no sinful activities, Neshkarmya Siddhim. So he perfectly acts on the platform of Neshkarmya, no reaction. Because no sinful activities, so therefore no reaction. So this is basically these are the qualities of the Jnana Yogi that have been described. And so in this way, he attains the highest perfect stage of freedom from reaction, that is Neshkarmya Siddhim. And and in this way, he also achieves the supreme. Paramam sannyasa adhigachati. Sannyasena adhigachati. So in this way, such a Jnana Yogi also can achieve the highest perfect stage. Srila Prabhupada, of course, talks about a Krishna conscious person who, by practice of Krishna consciousness, naturally develops all these qualities. Okay, 50. Siddhim prapto yata brahma tatapnoti nibodha me samasenaiva kaunteya nishta jnayasya para. O son of Kunti, learn from me how one who has achieved this perfection can attain to the supreme perfectional sage Brahman, the stage of highest knowledge, by acting in the way I shall now summarize. So, now he's going to summarize the process by which one can achieve perfection. One can achieve Brahman. Siddhim prapto yata Brahma. How one can achieve Brahman. So, in the next 3 verses, he's describing the process of Jnana Yoga. Buddhya vishuddhaya yukto dhrityamanam niyamya cha shabdadin vishyams tyaktva ragadvesha vyudasya cha vivikta sevi lagvashi yatavakaya manasaha dhyana yoga paro nityam vairagyam samupashritaha अहंकारं बलं दर्पं कामं क्रोधं परिग्रहं विमुच्य निर्मम शांतो ब्रह्म भूयाय कल्पते. Being purified by his intelligence and controlling the mind with determination, giving up the objects of sense gratification, being freed from attachment and hatred, one who lives in a secluded place, who eats little, who controls his body, mind, and power of speech, who's always in trance and who's detached, free from false ego, false strength, false pride, lust, anger, and acceptance of material things, free from false proprietorship and peaceful, such a person is certainly elevated to the position of self-realization. So this is the process of Jnana Yoga that is being described. And you can see here in this entire process that has been described, there is a lot of emphasis given on controlling the mind and the senses and developing detachment. That is the main emphasis. Is there any mention of bhakti in these verses? Any bhakti mention? No, there's no bhakti mention. So this is the whole emphasis on the path of Jnana Yoga. So the whole emphasis is how to become detached. So they focus a lot on controlling the mind and senses in order to free oneself from the bodily misconception of life. And therefore, Srila Prabhupada describes in his lectures also that such jnanis and yogis, they perform severe austerities to develop that detachment. So he describes that how in summers they sit with fire all around, 5 fires, Panchagni, 4 fires on 4 sides, sun on top, 5 fires in summer, not in winter. And in winter, ice cold water up to the neck. So like that, they perform severe austerities. So now also, it's known that in the Himalayas, there are some such jnanis, yogis who live under the ice, take bath in by breaking the ice. His Holiness Radhanath Maharaj talks about yogis who bury themselves under the earth and have a straw coming out from their mouth for breathing. And just to make sure that nobody pulls out the straw, they have one disciple guarding. So, how many of us can do such austerities? Uh, but that is these parts of Jnana Yoga, Ashtanga. Therefore, Prabhupada, all these cannot be practiced in cities. Therefore, nowadays, true Jnanis and Yogis you'll find only in Himalayas. Hmm. Such places. Otherwise, all bogus yoga. Hmm. Nowadays, in cities also, you find some boards, Ashtanga Yoga. That day one on Harinam we saw, no? One Ashtanga Yoga. In Bangalore, they just opposite our center in Whitefield, there is one huge building, Ashtanga Yoga. So all that is bogus, not possible. So they focus a lot on detachment, so that they can free themselves from the bodily misconception of life by such austerities. Hmm. But Srila Prabhupada often says all this is not possible in Kali Yuga. Mhm. And therefore, whatever has been prescribed by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in Parampara, that is what we can follow and that is what needs to be followed. So, mm, but in spite of all this, okay, first let us read this purport, then we'll. Okay, read the purport.
Purport. When one is purified by the intelligence, he keeps himself in the mode of goodness. Thus, one becomes the controller of the mind and always in trance. He is not attached to the objects of sense gratification. He is free from the attachment and hatred in his activities. Such a detached person naturally prefers to live in a secluded place. He does not eat more than what he requires, and he controls the activities of his body and mind. He has no false ego because he does not accept the body as himself, nor has he a desire to make a body fat and strong by accepting so many material things. Because he has no bodily concept of life, he is not falsely proud. He is satisfied with everything that is offered to him by the grace of the Lord, and he is never angry in absence of sense gratification, nor does he endeavor to acquire sense objects. Thus, when he is completely free from false ego, he becomes non-attached to all material things, and that is the stage of the self-realization of Brahman. That stage is called a Brahma Bhuta stage. When one is free from the material conception of life, he becomes peaceful and cannot be agitated. This is described in Bhagavad Gita 270. अपूर्यमा अपूर्यमाणम अचलम प्रतिष्ठम समुद्रम आप प्रविशन्ति यद्वत् तत्वं कामा प्रविशन्ति सर्वे सशांतिम आपनोति न काम कामी. A person who is not disturbed by the incessant flow of desire that enters like rivers into the ocean, which is ever being filled but is always still, can alone achieve peace, and not the man who strives to satisfy such desires.
So these are all the qualities of the Jnana Yogi that have been mentioned over here. But at the same time, so even though all the desires are nullified and the person is very peaceful, free from the bodily concept of life, no raga, dvesha, so that is mentioned over here. So it has to be done where? Vivikta Sevi, secluded place. Laghu ashi, eating small quantity. And then va, kaya, manasa. So all these are controlled. Ahankaram, balam, darpam, kamam, krodam, parigraham, vimucha, nirmama, shanto, brahmabhuyaya kalpate. So these are the symptoms of one who is on the Brahmabhuta stage. Raga, dvesho, yudasya. So he's free from all these things. But still, the ultimate goal of the Gyanis is what? Yes, to achieve Brahman, liberation, mukti. And so that is also counted as a desire. Bhukti, mukti, siddhi, kami. So still that is also counted as desire. They're not totally free from the sense enjoyment spirit. So that is also a desire for some personal satisfaction. I want mukti. I want to be free from the miseries of material existence. Still, there is a focus on I. And so, therefore, even on that platform, they are not totally free from the ahankar. Though here it is mentioned, yes, most of the ahankar is nullified because they perfectly understand I'm not the body. But still, the traces of ahankar are still there. As Prabhupada begins the purport by saying, when one is purified by intelligence, he keeps himself in the mode of goodness. So this is mode of goodness platform. It is still not transcendental. And so therefore, still there are some impurities, even though very slight, but still there is that impurity. And therefore, such jnanis and yogis also can sometimes fall down. So we told you that instead of the two yogis in the Himalayas, you remember? Two yogis in the Himalayas. One yogi shot the other yogi. Because the other yogi was getting famous. So that is how the ahankar is not totally nullified even on that platform. Therefore, the only way one can be totally free from this tight knot of ahankar, this is the last thing that goes away, the tight knot of ahankar. The only way it is possible is by the practice of devotional service. There is no other way. And that is what Sanat Kumar, he tells Maharaj Prithu, Yatpada pankaj palasha vilasa bhaktya karma shayam gratitam udgratayanti santah tadvan riktamatayo yatayopi ruddha shroto ganastamaranam bhajavasudevam. So he's saying that Yatpada pankaj palasha vilasa bhaktya karmashayam gratitam. This asha for karma. Karma means fruitive activities, some personal benefit. This karmashayam has created what? Gratitam, very tight knots of ahankar. And therefore, to cut this knot and to stop the waves of sense gratification, ruddha, tadvan na riktamataya. Riktamataya refers to the jnanis and yogis who don't have bhakti. The mati is rikta. Rikta means empty. So it is empty of bhakti. There is no bhakti. Riktamataya. Tadvanna riktamataya yatayo api yatayo yata. Yata means they are trying, they are endeavoring. Yatayo api, even though they are trying for what? Ruddha. Ruddha means to stop. Stop what? Shrotoganas. Shrotoganas refers to the waves of sense gratification. So even though they're endeavoring very hard to stop the waves of sense gratification, still it is very difficult for them to stop. Even though they perform such severe austerities, they do all this, it is very difficult for them to stop the waves of sense gratification. So the waves of sense gratification have been compared to the waves of a river. So then in the purport to that verse, Srila Prabhupada himself raises the question. So he says, okay, the Jnanis and Yogis cannot stop the waves of the river. Can the Bhaktas stop? Can the Bhaktas stop the waves of the river? Can anybody stop the waves of the river? So then the waves of sense gratification have been compared to the waves of the river. So then just like nobody can stop the waves of the river, nobody can stop the waves of sense gratification. Huh? So how will you explain the analogy? The analogy of the waves of the river. अरे वो तो एक एक व्यक्ति है, सबके लिए क्या संभव है? और वो भी कुछ समय के लिए. हाँ, हाँ, क्या होता है? Yes. So when the river enters into the ocean, then the bigger waves of the ocean subdue the smaller waves of the river. So what are the bigger waves of the ocean? Superior desires in devotional service. So when one has superior desires in devotional service, those big desires of devotional service will subdue the smaller waves of sense gratification. So therefore, one has to cultivate those superior desires in devotional service. Be absorbed. Therefore, Srila Prabhupada said, hunt for the rhino. Big desires, hunt for the rhino. And of course, Srila Prabhupada explained that example of hunting for the rhino. What is that? Think big. Huh? Uh-huh. At least he tried. Tried. ठीक है, प्रयास तो बहुत किया ना वो गेंडा को मारने के लिए. हाँ. अरे वो सोचना भी मुश्किल है, प्रयास तो दूर की बात है, फिर भी प्रयास किया तो बड़ी बात है ना. So if we are always having big desires in Krishna consciousness and trying to achieve them, of course within certain limits, not too much beyond capacity also, otherwise one will be frustrated. But still, the point is to be absorbed in superior desires in Krishna service. Then the small desires of sense gratification will not trouble. Param drishtva nivartate. So that is what is lacking for the jnanis and yogis. Even though they try so much to develop this detachment, but still, as Rupa Goswami says, all this detachment is what? Falgu vairagya. It is false renunciation. Yes, and therefore the important point is yat pada pankaja palasha vilasa. Vilas means what? Relish. Vilas. So one relishes serving the lotus feet of the Lord, then one will be able to give up. Okay. But in any case, these jnanis also, by their process, they do come to the Brahma Bhuta platform. Brahma Bhuyaya Kalpate. So this is the liberated platform where they have perfectly realized I'm not the body, I'm spirit, soul. So this is the Brahma Bhuta platform. So then from there, what happens? So, what are the symptoms of Brahmbhuta platform? And from that stage, what happens? An often quoted verse Brahma Bhuta Prasannatma Na Shochati Na Kankshati Sama Sarveshu Bhuteshu Madbhaktim Labate Param. One who is thus transly situated at once realizes Supreme Brahman and becomes fully joyful. He never laments or desires to have anything, is equally disposed towards every living entity. In that state, he attains pure devotional service unto me. Purport.
To the impersonalist, achieving the Brahma Bhuta stage, becoming one with the Absolute, is the last word. But for the personalist or pure devotee, one has to go still further to become engaged in pure devotional service. This means that one who is engaged in pure devotional service to the Supreme Lord is already in a state of liberation called Brahma Bhuta, oneness with the Absolute. Without being one with the Supreme, the Absolute, one cannot render service unto him. In the Absolute conception, there is no difference between the served and the servitor. Yet the distinction is there in a higher spiritual sense. In the material concept of life, when one works for sense gratification, there is a misery. But in the absolute world, when one is engaged in pure devotional service, there is no misery. The devotee in Krishna consciousness has nothing for which to lament or desire. Since God is full, a living entity who is engaged in God's service in Krishna consciousness becomes also full in himself. It's just like a river cleansed of all dirty water. Because a pure devotee has no thought other than Krishna, he is naturally always joyful. He does not lament for any material loss or aspire for gain, because he is full in the service of the Lord. He has no desire for material enjoyment, because he knows that every living entity is a fragmental part and parcel of Supreme Personality and Supreme Lord, and therefore eternally a servant. He does not see in the material world someone as higher and someone as lower. Higher and lower positions are ephemeral, and a devotee has nothing to do with the ephemeral appearances or disappearances. For him, stone and gold are of equal value. This is the Brahma Bhuta stage. And this stage is attained very easily by the pure devotee. In that stage of existence, the idea of becoming one with the Supreme Brahman and annihilating one's individuality becomes hellish. The idea of attaining the heavenly kingdom becomes phantasmagoria. And the senses are like serpents whose poison teeth are broken. As there is no fear of serpent with broken teeth, there is no fear from the senses when they are automatically controlled. The world is miserable for the materially infected person, but for the devotee, the entire world is as good as Vaikuntha or the spiritual sky. The highest personality in this material universe is no more significant than an ant for a devotee. Such a stage can be achieved by the mercy of Lord Chaitanya, who preached pure devotional service in this age.
So, from the Brahmbhuta stage, okay. So, the Brahmbhuta stage, the symptoms of the Brahmbhuta stage are what? Prasannatma. Why Prasannatma? No shochati na kankshati, because there is no material desires. He has nothing to lose, nothing to gain. So, usually, why there is shochati? When one loses something. And why this kankshati? Because one wants something. But this person, he's on the liberated platform. He's free from the bodily concept of life. So he neither laments upon losing something, nor there is a desire for something, hanker for something. So therefore, Prasannatma is always happy. And he perfectly understands that all living entities are spirit souls. So therefore, Sama Sarveshu Bhuteshu sees everyone equally. From that platform, Mad Bhaktim Labate Param. The Jnani, when he comes to the Brahmbhuta platform, from that platform he can come to the stage of pure devotional service. So he first of all comes to this Brahmbhuta platform, liberated platform, and from there he can come to pure devotional service. Okay, let's read Vishwanath Chakravarti's commentary on this verse.
With the removal of all misconceptions or appearances, upadhi, one attains the state of Brahman, Brahma Bhuta, by being in a state of uncovered consciousness. Because of the disappearance of the contamination of gunas, he is said to be pure, prasanna, and he is the soul, atma. And because of absence of misconceptions of body, when he loses something, he does not lament, and when he fails to attain something, he does not hanker for it. Na sochati, na kankshati. Unlike his previous state.
Okay, so free from all upadhis, no bodily misconception. So that is the Brahmbhuta stage. And he's given another meaning of prasanna atma. So another meaning of prasanna is also pure.
Pure.
So pure atma is pure because all the bodily misconceptions, bodily contamination, everything is gone. So therefore, no shochati, na kankshati. Okay.
Like an innocent child, he regards all beings as equal, whether good or bad, without looking at the externals.
So for him, there is nothing good, nothing bad, because he has nothing to lose, nothing to gain, and so therefore he doesn't see the externals. He sees everything as Brahman. He sees everything as Brahman. So therefore, you'll see in the Bhagavatam, third canto, 15th chapter, when the four Kumaras are entering the gates of Vaikunta. So it is described that these are gates of Vaikunta. How are they made? They're made of gold and silver and emeralds and rubies. This is Vaikunta. But these four Kumaras, as they were walking through the gates, they were least bothered about it. So there Shukdev Goswami is mentioning, or rather Brahmaji is describing the whole pastime. So Brahmaji is telling, so these four Kumaras, they were least affected by all this grandeur. They're entering Vaikuntha for the first time. So, at least some expression should be there on the face, no? Seeing the beauty and the opulence. Some expression should be there, no? No expression. They just walked. Why? So it's like an innocent child. They were like children anyways. So good, bad, opulent, not opulent, no difference. Because for the Jnani, everything is what? Everything is Brahman, same. So therefore, Prabhupada is writing here in this purport also. For them, stone and gold, no difference. Everything is Brahman, no difference. So that is why the four Kumaras, they just walk through those gates like that. Okay, please continue.
With the cessation of jnana, like a fire which dies without fuel, he attains indestructible bhakti to me in the form of hearing, chanting, and other processes arising after the cessation of jnana. Because through the action of my Swarupa Shakti, bhakti alone does not disappear, even with the disappearance of Vidya and Avidya. Being different from the Maya Shakti, it is called Param, being far superior to Gyan. Remaining after the disappearance of Nishkama Karma, Jnana, and any other processes. It surpasses all others and remains exclusively pure. Thus, Param is equal to the word Kevalam. Though bhakti was previously present in a small proportion during practices such as jnana and vairagya, just in order to bring about liberation. Bhakti was not clearly visible, being like a antaryami in all beings. Therefore, the word labhate, meaning discovers, is the suitable word rather than produces, since it was already present within the person. Though a golden jewel remain hidden when mixed among grains of yellow dal, when the grains are destroyed, separated from them, the indestructible golden jewel becomes Kevala, attaining its pure state. At this particular time, there is also the possibility of attaining complete Prema Bhakti. The result of their practice in this case is not Sayujya. Thus, in that case, the phrase Param Bhaktim should be explained as meaning Prema Bhakti in this verse. Vishwanath Vishwanath explains in the commentary on next verse that some jnanis who also worship the Lord with genuine bhakti by association of devotees attain prema.
Okay. So here, what he's explaining is that so all material contamination has been destroyed for such a jnani, and then finally, when this jnani, he gives up his attachment to the impersonal jnana, he gives up his attachment to the impersonal Brahman, then what remains is bhakti. So, as he's explaining here, so previously there was a little bhakti was manifest, right? So, this is called as bhakti mishra gyan. So, because without some bhakti, no one can achieve the result of their own process. Everyone requires some bhakti. So, some bhakti was manifest before also. But now, when all the other contamination is removed, then the bhakti which was naturally present in the heart, bhakti is already present, right? Nitya Siddha, Krishna Prem. So Krishna Prem, bhakti is always present within the heart. But why it is not manifest? Yes, because it's covered by material contaminations. So now all the material contamination has been removed now. So what remains? Only bhakti remains. Therefore, he is given that example. If there is dal and within that there is one jewel. So if all the dal is removed or crushed, then what will remain? Only the jewel. So in the same way, by the process of Jnana Yoga, the Jnani comes to the stage of Brahmabhuta, the liberated platform, and all the material contamination has been removed. What remains? Only bhakti remains. And therefore, such a person, he can very easily develop prema bhakti. Therefore, he is saying, Mad bhaktim labate param. So, therefore, he is saying the word labate is used, meaning discover, not because it's not produced, it's already there. It is already there. It is only discovered, or we can say uncovered. And therefore, we find that such a jnani on this platform, who has no material desires, totally pure, then as soon as there is contact with even little bhakti, then he immediately comes to the level of prema bhakti. And so we find that is what happened in the case of the four Kumaras, as well as Shukdev Goswami. So they were already totally purified, Brahmabhuta platform, Brahman realized, and therefore as soon as they came in contact with some devotees, some bhakti, then immediately the pure bhakti from the heart became uncovered. And that is how they easily become devotees. So that is what is being described over here. Now, Srila Prabhupada is describing that how for devotees, everything goes on parallelly. So a devotee, he doesn't have to do something separately to come to the liberated platform. By his practice of devotional service, he not only comes to the liberated platform, but he also achieves prema. So both are happening simultaneously for a devotee. But in the case of the jnani, first he comes to the liberated platform, and then the jnani, if he thinks that this is the ultimate destination, then he gets stuck up over there. As Prabhupada is writing, to the impersonalist, Achieving the Brahmabhuta stage, becoming one with the Absolute, is the last word. Last word means final destination. No destination above that. But for the personalist or the pure devotee, one has to go still further to become engaged in pure devotional service. So if such a jnani, he comes in contact with devotees, then he will also get bhakti. Or the bhakti will be uncovered from within his consciousness. This means that one who is engaged in pure devotional service, the Supreme Lord, is already in a state of liberation called Brahmbhuta, the oneness with the Absolute. Without being one with the Supreme, the Absolute, one cannot render service unto him. So what is this? What is the meaning of this statement? Without being one with the Supreme, the Absolute, one cannot render service unto him. What does it mean? थोड़ा माइक लेकर ठीक से बोलो.
Hare Krishna. In their case, Prabhuji, unless he becomes purified, yeah, even when for a jnani in the sense, unless he gets purified, he'll not be able to serve the Lord in that capacity because he is in a conditioned state. And as far as sadhaka is concerned,
Wait, okay, go ahead.
as far as sadhaka is concerned, we say pure devotional services can be practiced in any state, even in contaminated state, with if the action is done with the proper understanding and without any motivation for that particular period of time.
Okay, so we'll read the statement again. Huh? This means that one who is engaged in pure devotional service to the Supreme Lord is already in a state of liberation called Brahmbhuta. This refers to whom?
Devotee.
Devotee, right? Who's engaged in pure devotional service is already on the Brahmbhuta platform. Then he says, without being one with the Supreme, the Absolute, one cannot render service unto him.
That's what.
Okay. Yeah.
Unless one is completely spiritual. It's like in the sense that one is on the liberated platform, he cannot serve Lord who is beyond the bondages.
What does this mean? One with the Supreme.
Hare Krishna.
That means
So explain it in practical sense. Okay.
Correct.
Glenn.
So in Bhagavad Gita also Krishna says that his pure devotees like Sattam Kirtayantamam. So when they continuously think about Krishna, they also become like Krishna. Prabhupada has mentioned many places that they also become like Krishna. Pure devotees are like Krishna
In what sense?
in qualities. In qualities,
In
they are
quality.
like Krishna.
Okay, fine.
Hare. The Jivon
The example is given as when one must enter into the fire, then one gains the quality of the fire. So similarly, if you want to serve the most purest form, the Lord, then one has to become pure. Then in that sense, qualitatively, one becomes equal to the Supreme. But
Okay, good. Okay, good.
So means both one means that their desire, the desire of devotee, he has to make his desire same as the desire of the Lord.
Good. Yes.
That is what Miss both Lord wants that this living entity should serve me. Because of that, he will be happy. And when living entity also desires to serve Lord, then they both are in one. So that is
Correct.
oneness.
So that's right. In the Ishopanishad, you have studied Ishopanishad, na? Sixth mantra. What does sixth mantra say? Yes, ekatvam anupashyataha. So you can read that. What is that ekatvam? Prabhupada writes, oneness in interest. That is ekatvam. That is real oneness. Oneness in interest. That means the interest of the devotee becomes the same as the interest of the Lord. Or the desires of the devotee become same as the desires of the Lord. There is no difference. So without that mentality of oneness and interest, without being one with the Supreme, the Absolute, one cannot render service unto him. Correct? If I have a separate interest from the Lord, then how can I render service? भगवान बोलते हैं ये सेवा करो, मैं बोलता हूँ नहीं, मैं मुझे दूसरा सेवा करना है। समस्या है ना? हाँ. So how can one serve if one has different interests? So that is the meaning over here. So for pure devotional service, one should have the same interest as that of the Lord's. So this oneness with the Supreme here does not refer to Sayujya Mukti, does not refer to becoming one, but it refers to having the same interests, the same desires. Then only it is possible for one to render service unto him. So in the absolute conception, there is no difference between the served and the servitor. This is in reference to quality. Yet the distinction is there in a higher spiritual sense that we know in terms of quantity. Okay. So, so the devotee automatically is on the liberated platform. And so he also has the same qualities. He has nothing for which to lament or desire. So a living entity who is engaged in God's service and Krishna consciousness becomes also full in himself. He is just like a river cleansed of all dirty water. Because a pure devotee has no thought other than Krishna, is naturally always joyful. He does not lament for any material loss or aspire for gain, because he is full in the service of the Lord. He has no desire for material enjoyment, because he knows that every living entity is a fragmental part and parcel of the Supreme Lord, and therefore eternally a servant. He does not see in the material world someone as higher, someone as lower. Higher and lower positions are ephemeral, that's material. And devotee has nothing to do with ephemeral. For him, stone and gold are of equal value. This is the Brahma Bhuta stage, and this stage is attained very easily by the pure devotee. Very easily by the pure devotee. Very easy. So, what is the paradox? No, why he is written like this? This is the Brahmbhuta stage, and this stage is attained very easily by the pure devotee. The Brahmabhuta stage is attained very easily by the pure devotee. Very easy. Huh? So here, why is he saying this is the Brahmabhuta stage and this stage is attained? Attained. He has attained very easily by the pure devotee. What is byproduct? Brahmbhuta stage is a byproduct of devotion. Agreed. Agreed. But is it easy? Yes, Nilmani Prabhu. Can you please explain how easy it is? I also want to attain.
Which we can see in our own life. When we came to first year engineering, our desire was something else materially. Was just coming in touch of devotees 1 year. We have decided that now I have to continue like this my whole life. And after that, slowly we change and we have detached and we're completely here now. So like this process will go, it's a very easy, we can just see the process if we follow, then it works. Brahma Bhuta stage will come. It's there already in some percentage. More.
Achha, good. We appreciate your optimistic attitude. You're correct in one sense, but still we want a little more explanation. Why it said very easily?
Roji, as we were discussing, like Ashtanga Yoga, Prabhupada says, very difficult. And practically, I have done some like yoga and other things. In Saraswati Shishu Mandir, I was studying.
Where?
Saraswati Shishu Mandir. So
Achha.
there they have this particular 30-minute session of yoga and all.
Achha.
And it was like very painful.
Achha.
Similarly,
what they do?
Generally we sit, there is tratak, like we focus on a dot in blank, like there is no light.
Uh-huh.
and we focus on a dot, white dot they used to make on blackboard,
Uh-huh.
and there would be little light from one window.
Uh-huh.
And also other
So
yoga.
you're how much you're supposed to simply focus on that dot.
Focus on it, just see it for
Ah.
as long as you can without, you know.
So
blinking
everyone
the eye.
sees on that only. So everyone. Uh-huh. Okay. And then?
They teach about focusing on here,
Uh-huh.
tip,
Mm.
then half closing eyes, different.
And what is the goal?
Like what we told, like slowly we have to detach. You are not this body. There are no pains and happiness for you. This is just for body. So there is little philosophy, but there is some process. But it's very painful.
Mm.
In Kanyakumari, I went for that rock memorial, Vivekanand rock memorial. We had a trip.
Acha.
So I was in ninth. We went there, and they took us to the Divyasthanam where we focus on the feet of the goddesses there, some goddess beneath that memorial. So Kanyakumari rock memorial is this. So when we
Kanyakumari
were
is Durga only, no?
yeah. So there is a rock memorial of Tiruvalluvar. Beneath that there is a sanctum
Acha.
hall.
Ah.
So there is a Devi
Uh-huh.
statue,
Mhm.
and it's a huge hall like this, you know, like stadium.
Mhm.
And there in front on top there is DT.
Mhm.
So we have to focus on the lotus feet, not lotus feet of goddess only.
Mm.
But what happened then when we reached there, we were around 120 or 130,
Mm.
9-10 students. And there were already some foreigners and they were sitting, but most of them were sleeping, snoring.
Uh-huh.
So that's what happens. We try to do some
Ah.
yoga, but it's just sleeping. It's very difficult.
Ah.
And as we were discussing, like this is just about Ashtanga yoga. And then we are talking about detaching ourselves from false ego. It's means limit.
Mm.
It's very difficult.
Mm.
So compared to that, devotees are not focusing on that.
Mm.
They're not focusing on leaving false ego, but they're focusing on easy way, that focus on devotional service. Do something for Lord.
Mm.
Do same thing, but for not myself,
Mm.
for Lord.
Mm.
So we are not avoiding activities. We are focusing on doing activity for the pleasure of Lord. So that's
Right.
how it is easy.
Good, good. Some realized knowledge. That's true. So, see, in terms of devotional service, what is Brahmbhuta platform? Liberated in the 9 stages of bhakti. What is Brahmbhuta stage? Liberated platform? Huh? Bhav. Liberated platform in the 9 stages of bhakti is Bhava stage. That is liberated platform. Hmm. So achieving Bhava is easy? So definitely it is difficult, but when Prabhupada says very easily, in comparison to all the other process, it is very easy. Because the other processes of karma jnana yoga, they may come to the Brahmbhuta platform after many, many births they may take. It's not so easy. So in comparison, it is much more easy. Therefore, we already discussed 12.5. Just to refer to that, you can open 12.5. That verse is also describing what? What is 12.5? That verse is also describing Jnana Yoga. Kleshodikatarastesham. That was also describing Jnana Yoga, correct? Prabhupada is beginning the purport by saying, the group of translators who follow the path of inconceivable, unmanifested, impersonal feature of the Supreme Lord are called Jnana Yogis. Okay, so this entire verse is talking about the Jnana Yogis, the process of Jnana Yoga. And then here Prabhupada is writing here. Now here the difference between Jnana Yoga and Bhakti Yoga is definitely expressed. The process of Jnana Yoga, although ultimately bring one to the same goal, that is what we are reading. The process of Jnana Yoga also brings one to the same goal of Bhakti. That's what Prabhupada is writing here. Same goal is very troublesome. Goal is the same, but very troublesome. Whereas path of Bhakti Yoga, the process of being in direct service to the Supreme Personality of God is easier. Easier. That means what? Comparatively. Comparatively, it is easier and is natural for the embodied soul. And therefore, in the 3rd paragraph, you can see how Srila Prabhupada writes here. So he's describing all the various difficulties on the path of Jnana Yoga. And then in the middle of this third paragraph, you see, Prabhupada is writing, this is not very easy for a common man. What is not very easy? Jnana Yoga. And then he writes, a person in Krishna consciousness engaged in devotional service simply by the guidance of the bona fide spiritual master, simply by offering a regulative obeisance unto the deity, simply by hearing the glories of the Lord, and simply by eating the remnants of food offered to the Lord, realizes the Supreme Personality of Godhead very easily. How many times simply? 4 times. Why you're reducing? So 4 times he has written simply and finally very easily. Because that's all what needs to be done. What? Guidance of bona fide spiritual master, regulative obeisances to the deity, hearing the glories of the Lord, and eating the remnants. That's all. So, in comparison to all these difficult asanas and austerities and all that, isn't this much easier? And one does not have to do anything separately to come to the liberated platform. Simply by following this process, one will automatically come to the Brahmabhuta platform. And not only just Brahmabhuta platform, but one will also achieve Prema. Now, for these Jnana yogis, they first come to the Brahmabhuta platform, then they get the association of devotees, then they will have to practice devotional service, then they will, of course, for them, because they've already reached liberated platform, getting prema is easier, but still, they also have to go ahead from there. But the pure devotional service, by that practice, one comes to the Brahmabhuta platform and also achieves prema. Simply by following this process. Nothing separate needs to be done. So, if we simply continue the process that we are doing right now, seriously and sincerely, one will automatically, easily come to the platform of Brahmabhuta. So, isn't this much more easy? Just chanting, dancing, feasting. Sit in the class. No hard and fast rules to sit in the class. Even if one sleeps for 50% of the class, no problem. Nobody is going to penalize. No problem. After that, prasadam is there. Don't you think this much more easier than what you were doing? And especially if one is kitchen in charge. So in comparison to all this difficulties, this is such an easy process. Yes. Keval anand susukam kartum. So therefore, Prabhupada is writing. This is the Brahmabhuta stage, and the stage is attained very easily by the pure devotee. And then when one comes to that stage, then Prabhupada is quoting the verse of Prabhupada Saraswati. Kevalyam narakayate tridashapur akash pushpayate. आगे क्या है? आगे प्रोत्कातदम श्रायते. Prabhupada quoted that entire verse quite a few times when his lectures. And all that is possible by the mercy of Lord Shri Chaitanya. Vishwam Purna Sukhayate. So that entire thing Prabhupada is writing over here. For the devotee, the entire world is as good as Vaikuntha or spiritual sky. So that is the realization one achieves when one comes to the topmost platform. So this is what one achieves by the practice of devotional service. So simply by practicing devotional service, and as one progresses, one very easily comes to this Brahmbhuta platform, Bhava, Prema, everything is very easily achieved if one simply, sincerely, and seriously follows the process. On the other hand, these jnanis and yogis have to perform so many difficult austerities to, first of all, come to the Brahmbhuta platform. And then after that, they have some chance to come to Prema Bhakti. हाँ क्या है?
Just in this only. It is said in the Chaitanya Charitamrita. If we run with the closed eyes also on this process.
That is not in Chaitanya Charitamrita. It's in Srimad Bhagavatam, 11th canto.
11th canto.
Hmm.
So that will also connect with this. What is the meaning, Prabhuji? If you run with the closed eye, will.
Now that's a different discussion now.
Process. Going the process that.
So that verse over there. ना बोलो माइक ना बोलो.
Srila Prabhupada compares that Shruti and Smriti are the two eyes of the Brahmana. And even if a devotee does not have this knowledge of Shruti and Smriti, still he can go ahead with the practice of devotional service. It's not a very great compulsion to have it.
Okay, that's correct. Now, okay, I didn't get mine. This is not my laptop. So, anyway, we can just go, since you have asked the question, we can go to the verse. Where is this here? Okay, where the verse is here, na? Okay. कहाँ है cursor कहाँ है? कहाँ है इसका cursor? This is 11 to. I don't remember exactly. It's okay. धावन निमिल्यवा नेत्रे न स्खले न पतेद इह. One who accesses process of devotional service to the Supreme Personality of God, will never blunder on this path in this world. Even while running with eyes closed, he will never trip or fall. According to Srila Sridhar Swami, the word anjaha easily, which is used in the previous verse, is explained in this verse. He states, anja pade noktam sukaratvam vibrunoti. By the word anja, the ease of performing bhakti yoga is established. And this will be elaborated in the present verse. And then he's quoting that same verse, 9.2. Pratyakshavagam dharmyam susukam kartum avyayam. So, and then he's quoting Prabhupada's commentary there. The process of devotional service is a very happy one. Why? Devotional service consists of Shravanam, Kirtanam, Vishnu. So, one can simply hear the chanting of the glories of the Lord, or can attend philosophical lectures on transcendental knowledge given by authorized acharyas. Simply by sitting, one can learn. Then one can eat the remnants of food offered to God, nice palatable dishes. In every state, devotional service is joyful. And then Patram Pushpam Phalam Toy. So that same purport is. The essential point to be understood here is that when a living entity surrenders to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, he tells the Lord, "My dear Lord, although I'm most sinful and unqualified and for so long have been trying to forget you, now I'm taking shelter at your lotus feet. From this day on, I am yours. Whatever I possess. Manasa deho geho yo kichumora arpituapade Nanda Kishore." The Supreme Lord Krishna has repeatedly given assurance in the Bhagavad Gita that he'll protect and redeem such surrendered living entities, bring him back home, back to Godhead. Okay. And then he's talking about the Gyanis. Aruya Krishnena Parampadam Tataha Patanti Ado Anadrita Yushmadangre. So, and then further he is explaining Sridhar Swami's commentary. Even if running with both eyes closed, a devotee in the path of Bhagavad Dharma will not stumble. Closing one's eyes refers to being in ignorance of standard Vedic literature. As it is stated, Shruti and Smriti scriptures, the two eyes of the Brahmanas. Lacking one of them, a Brahmana is half blind, and deprived of both, he is considered completely blind. Okay, so that is what is being referred to here, Shruti and Smriti. In the Bhagavad Gita, then he's quoting Bhagavad Gita 10.10 and 11. So we know these verses. The Lord has clearly stated that even if a devotee is lacking in Vedic knowledge or ignorant of the Vaishnava literature, the Lord personally enlightens him from within his heart if the devotee is actually engaged in loving service of the Lord. Okay, so we know that 10.10. What is 10.10? Yet this facility given by the Lord cannot justify unauthorized concoctions put forward about the process of devotional service in the name of spontaneous devotion. Okay, so it cannot justify unauthorized concoctions. ठीक है, मुझे मालूम ही नहीं है, so I can do whatever I want. No, not that type of ignorance. No. So, if one manufactures his own process of devotional service for the sake of attaining Supreme Lord, such a concoction will cause total ruination. Shruti, Smriti, Puranadi, Panchratra. So, such groups as Prakrita Sahajas ignore the standard regulations of Vaishnava Dharma and engage in illicit degrade activities, dressing as Radha Krishna in the name of spontaneous devotion. Okay, so that is not allowed. On the other hand, Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur has stated that if a devotee is executing all the basic principles of Bhakti Yoga and advancing in devotional service, such a Vaishnava should not be criticized for neglecting the secondary procedures. For example, His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada established hundreds of spiritual communities in the Western countries for practicing Krishna consciousness. The devotees in these communities give up all illicit sex, gambling, intoxication, meat eating, constantly engage in service to Krishna. Such followers of Srila Prabhupada are able to make wonderful spiritual advancement, convert many thousands of people to the process of devotional service. In fact, all the faithful members of ISKCON who follow the standard regulations, remain free from material contamination, make visible progress in going back home, back to Godhead. Such members of ISKCON cannot possibly execute all the details of the Varnashram Dharma system. In fact, many Western devotees can barely pronounce Sanskrit words and are not very expert in performing elaborate sacrifices based on chanting of mantras and offering of oblations. But because they're executing all the essential principles of Bhakti Yoga by giving up material sense gratification and constantly engaging in loving service to Krishna, their position is guaranteed both in this life and in the next. We have seen many sophisticated Sanskrit scholars and learned experts in the details of Vedic sacrifice who can hardly even follow the basic principles of human life. Namely, no illicit sex, no meat eating, no gambling, no. Such brilliant scholars and ritualistic performers are generally seen to be attached to a materialistic conception of life and are fond of mental speculation. Although in Bhagavad Gita, Lord himself has given perfect knowledge for all time, such so-called scholars consider themselves more intelligent than the Lord and thus speculate on the meaning of Vedic literature. Such speculation certainly constitutes a fall from perfect spiritual life. And what then is to be said of material fruitive activities? So, Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur has warned that the words yan asthaya indicate that the exalted status of Vaishnav can never be accorded to one who is not following the basic regulations of Bhakti Yoga. Nor can it apply to one who is sometimes serving Krishna and sometimes serving illusory energy Maya by mental speculation, fruitive activities. Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur has concluded, in all dharmas other than Bhagavad Dharma, one must consider the conditioned soul's qualification. But a soul surrendered to the Lord is never confounded by error, even if unqualified in all other respects. His feet never stumble and he never falls. Even though wandering in the world at whim, he always resides in an auspicious place by the influence of his unswerving worship. The unique potency of Bhagavad Dharma does not appear in any other dharmas of the world. There is no comparison between a surrendered individual who has taken shelter of Bhagavad Dharma and the practitioner of any other dharmas. Okay, so this is the meaning of this verse. Okay, so even though he may not have detailed understanding of Shruti, Smriti, all these scriptures, and follow all those detailed formulas, but still, if one is sincerely following the process of Bhakti Yoga, he will make good progress. Now, as Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur is being quoted over here, if a devotee is executing all the basic principles of Bhakti Yoga and advancing devotional service, such a Vaishnava should not be criticized for neglecting secondary procedures. Now, this statement is explained in detail by Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur in Madhuri Kadamini. So there he explains this verse in detail over there actually. So here the verse is mentioning that Dhavan Nimilya Va Netre. He runs closing his eyes. That means what? He is not blind. He is not blind. But what? He has purposefully closed his eyes. Correct? He is not blind, but he has purposefully closed his eyes. That is the meaning of Dhavan Nimilya Va Netre. So, that means he knows the rules and regulations, but in that particular circumstance, he has purposefully avoided following them. He knows them, he is not blind to them. He is not ignorant about those rules and regulations. He knows them, but he has purposefully neglected them for a higher purpose. Now, what does this mean? So, this means that in the 64 angas of bhakti, there are some angas which are primary and others are secondary. Okay, so for you, an act of devotion is not yet over, so we cannot expect an answer. So in the 64 angas of bhakti, Rupa Goswami describes that the first 20 are most important. These are called as primary. The first 10 are do's, the next 10 are don'ts. These first 20 are most important and are called as the primary angas of bhakti, including Panchanga bhakti. The others are considered as secondary. So now, a devotee in his practices of devotional service, he knows all the angas of bhakti. He is not ignorant of them. He is not blind to them. But while following the primary angas of bhakti, if he has to neglect the secondary anga, he is ready to do that, giving preference to the primary anga of bhakti. Okay, so to understand this, we'll give one pastime. So once Dashrati, you know Dashrati, one of the primary disciples of Ramnachari. So once Dashrati was boiling milk for his spiritual master. So now in those days, no stoves with regulations to increase and decrease flame. How was cooking done? Wood. Fire तो हमेशा रहता है. The source of the fire was wood. So now there is no regulation. Na? ऊपर नीचे करना बहुत मुश्किल है. And if you are boiling milk, then how you are going to regulate? Difficult. And milk is very sensitive. So now, as Dashrathi is boiling the milk for his spiritual master, there is a procession of Lord Ranganath that is going. Now, one of the angas of bhakti mentioned by Rupa Goswami in the Nectar of Devotion is that whenever the Lord comes on procession, the etiquette is one should immediately stand up and follow the procession. That is etiquette. This is etiquette. Point to be noted. So here also, when Prabhupada is going on procession, if one does not have anything very pressing, sometimes we find devotees are just standing around, talking, doing this, doing that. That's not etiquette. When the Lord or his pure devotee, both are on the same platform, when they are going in procession, everyone should follow. That is the etiquette. One can't be doing something else. So now, that is the anga of bhakti mentioned. So now, when the procession of Lord Ranganath came, so Ramanacharya calls Dashrathi and he says, the Lord has come on procession, please come. Dashrathi says, I'm busy. He says, I'm busy. So Ramanacharya, after some, once again he calls him, no, Lord has come on procession. No, we are supposed to follow. Please come. Again he says, no, I'm busy. So then Ramanacharya says, okay, I'm leaving. So Ramanacharya left. So then Ramanacharya, he went on the procession, came back, and then he sort of mildly, externally chastised Dashrathi. Why didn't you come? So then Dashrathi said, but I was boiling milk for you. How could I come? And Ramanacharya didn't take it very seriously. He just said, okay. So now here, did Dashrathi not know the anga of bhakti? He knew. But what is the primary anga of bhakti? Serving the spiritual master. That comes in the initial 5 angas of bhakti, which are considered to be most important. The initial 5 angas. Adav Guru Pada Ashraya and all those. Accepting shelter of lotus feet of bona fide spiritual master, taking initiation, following his instructions. So these are the most important instructions of the Shastra, angas of bhakti. So here he was boiling milk for whom? For the spiritual master. That's primary anga. And so therefore, he willfully neglected the secondary anga of bhakti. It's not that he didn't know it, but he willfully neglected it. So this is the meaning of this verse as explained by Vishwanath Thakur. So therefore he is not blind, but he willfully closes the eyes as if he is ignorant of the rules and regulations of the scriptures for higher purpose. That is the meaning. I know we're going in. Everyone is clear on this point? So why? Such compromise is not allowed in the other paths. In other paths of Karma Jnana Yoga, things are very strict. Very strict. Everything is very strict. So we know on the path of karma, slight mistake in the chanting of the mantra, opposite result. We all know the famous example of Vritraras. So on the other paths, everything is very strict. So on the path of Jnana and Yoga, no question of any compromise. 100% celibacy. Only then allowed. Therefore, Shankaracharya said, You want to progress on this path, first take sannyas. That is his condition. You want to follow the path of Shankaracharya, first take sannyas. That is qualification. So very high qualifications on all the other paths. But the beauty of bhakti is extremely powerful because why? Huh? Yes, the Lord's Swarup Shakti. It's based on the Lord's grace. The Lord is directly involved. His mercy is directly involved. And His mercy is very powerful. And therefore, when it comes to the bhakti, where the Lord is directly involved, then the Lord sees bhava, bhavagrahi janarda. So He is not so much concerned with the rules and regulations. He is more concerned. And therefore, on the path of bhakti, unintentional mistakes are forgiven. Not intentional mistakes. Unintentional mistakes are forgiven. And that is the meaning of which verse in the Bhagavad Gita? Apichet suduracharo bhajate. That is the meaning of that verse there. All that is not allowed on other paths. This is all special prerogative of bhakti path because the Lord is involved. Lord takes into consideration the intentions, the motivations, because Lord is a person. And so He understands. To substantiate this, there's one more pastime from the Bhagavatam. Maybe you've heard this. This comes in the 9th canto of the Bhagavatam. So one of the sons of Vaivasvat Manu, his name was Prishadra. How many of you know the story of Prishadra? Okay, only one. Okay, fine. So this Prishadra, he was doing the service of guarding a Goshala. And so one night he was guarding the Goshala and it was pitch dark. And those days they didn't have torches, this, that. So it was pitch dark. And he was guarding with a sword. So all of a sudden he heard that the cows have become agitated. They started shouting and all that. So Prishadra understood that it seems that a tiger has entered the Goshala. So he immediately took his sword and he went in the direction of the sound. So, and then it appeared as if there was one cow which the tiger had captured, because there was one cow which was really crying very loudly. So he went in the direction of the sound. Now it's totally pitch dark. So he went in the direction of the sound. And of course, these are highly trained Kshatriyas. So he assumed that most probably here is the tiger, here is the cow. So he figured that out and he took his sword and very confidently thinking that he's hitting the tiger, he slashed the sword in the direction of the tiger. And as soon as he hit something, he is not able to see. So the sound stopped. The tiger sound also stopped. The cow sound also stopped. So Prishadra assumed that tiger is dead, cow is safe. He went back. So next day morning, he came back to see what has happened. And to his great amazement, what did he see? He saw that he had killed the cow instead of the tiger. So what had happened was, so he had basically killed the cow, but as he was killing the cow, as he was hitting the cow, the sword also cut the ear of the tiger. And so because the sword hit the ear of the tiger got frightened and ran away. And the cow died. So no more sound. Tiger went away, cow dead. Sab shant. That is what had happened. So now Prishadra was shocked. Gohatya. Kshatriya is supposed to protect the cows. And here he has killed a cow. And his spiritual master Vashishta, he came over there and he severely chastised him. He said, such a fool you are, you're killing a cow. And he cursed him to become a Shudra in the next life. But Prishadra, he felt very repentant. He felt very repentant. He lamented for the wrong activity that he did. And he very seriously practiced devotional service. And by serious practice of devotional service, perfected his life and went back to Godhead. Even though he did Gohatya. Even though his spiritual master cursed him. And rather, the Bhagavatam criticizes Vashishta as being a foolish spiritual master. So, this is the path of bhakti. Why? Because he did not do it intentionally. He did not intentionally kill the cow. It was totally accidental. And at the same time, he repented for it. He atoned for it. He practiced sincere devotional service. And therefore, everything was nullified. And he achieved perfection. So that is the meaning of this verse. So when one neglects certain rules of the scriptures with an intention for a higher purpose, one knows the rules, but still for a certain higher purpose, one neglects them, that is not considered a flaw. And one can go full speed on the path of bhakti while doing that. So it does not mean being ignorant of rules and regulations and not following rules and regulations. That is not the meaning of the verse. It does not mean one does not know the injunctions of the scriptures. That is not the meaning of the verse. The meaning of the verse is one knows them, but one does not follow them for a higher purpose. But still, one can please the Supreme Lord and one can go ahead on the path. So that is the glory of the path of devotional service. Right? Okay? That's the meaning of this verse. Dhavan nimilya va netri na skalein na pated iha. He will not trip or fall on this path, even though he's running, full speed he's running. But he has closed his eyes. So that is the path of bhakti. Because Krishna knows the intentions, Krishna takes into consideration the intentions of the devotee. Right. Okay. And in fact, since the discussion came up, I just wanted to, Hare Krishna. Since the discussion came up, so I wanted to clarify 1-2 more points. Because anyway, the next verse is speaking about Bhaktyamam Abhijanati. So all these are included within the principles of bhakti, which a devotee should be aware of. And so therefore, I will just let clarify a few more points. So we're talking about intentional and unintentionally not following scriptures. So now, he describes that one of the main differences between a seva prad and nama prad. We had this discussion in one of those brahmachari classes. I don't know how many of you were there. So a seva aprad is when there is a mistake in a service unintentional. But if one intentionally does it, or one may do it unintentionally, but one does not atone for it, then it goes into the category of what? Namaprad. What is the seventh offense? Namno balad yasya papa. Namno balad yasya papa bhuti. So committing offenses on the strength of the holy name. So basically the difference is it all depends on intentions. Bhakti is all about intentions, motivations, consciousness. This is what matters a lot, more than the externals. More than the externals, this is what matters. I think so in a previous class, we discussed on this pastime of Srila Prabhupada in Moscow and the sweet rice. Lota. You remember? Okay, anyway, those who remember, don't remember, we'll just tell in brief. So, so in Moscow, very difficult to get rice, vegetables, and all that. So basically, Sham Sundar Prabhu, he would do the shopping with great difficulty. He got some rice, that too really bad quality, very thick rice. So it was not worth cooking rice and eating it like that. And what was easily available was milk and sugar. So the rice was there, milk was there, sugar was there. So Srila Prabhupada said, make sweet rice, and then some wheat flour they got, and chapatis. So Prabhupada was there in Moscow for 3 days. He said, okay, we'll survive on sweet rice and chapatis. So the cook, he made so Prabhupada had taken 2 devotees. One was Sham Sundar Prabhu as secretary, and there was another devotee as cook. I forgot his name. So this cook here, he made a huge quantity of sweet rice with the rice and the milk and sugar. So now after cooking the sweet rice, they had to store it. And so they had whatever vessels they had, few vessels, glasses, pots, everything was filled with sweet rice. And still some sweet rice was remaining in the vessel. So the cook asked, the devotee asked Srila Prabhupada, so some sweet rice is remaining, so what to do? Because that is cooking vessel, so obviously they can't store it in that. So then Srila Prabhupada said, okay, get the lota from the bathroom. And that devotee was shocked. He was, Prabhupada, that is not clean. Prabhupada said, wasting prasadam is sinful. Get the lota. Now you think if a Smarta Brahman was there, what he would have said? He would have said, the Swami is crazy. Or you would have said, this Swami doesn't know any rules and regulations. Like that, there are quite a few examples. So, so here, is it that Srila Prabhupada doesn't know that pot is not clean? Obviously knows it. But still, there is a higher purpose. The prasadam is more important. And especially in that place of Moscow. So higher purpose. For the higher purpose, he neglected this rule. Again, performing marriage ceremonies. Condemned for a sannyasi, not allowed. Sannyasi conducting marriage ceremonies. But he did it. Why? Again, a higher purpose. And like that, Srila Prabhupada compromised quite a few things. The construction of temples and things like that. But in the path of bhakti, all these things are not taken into consideration because the intention is correct. The intention is purely for a higher purpose. 1967, Srila Prabhupada landed in San Francisco, and the first program he had was the ballroom dance, Avalon ballroom dance. Crazy place. But Srila Prabhupada went. Maybe in first time in the history of Vaishnavism, maybe. Swamiji going for such a program. But Srila Prabhupada went. Then later on, of course, he commented, no place for brahmachari. But he went. And in fact, even crossing the seas was unheard of for a Vaishnava sannyasi. And staying in a place like the Bauri, such a contaminated place. So, this is bhakti. This is the glory of bhakti. Because in bhakti, the formulas, the rules and regulations, again, the point has to be very clearly understood. It is not that a devotee is ignorant of the rules and regulations. He is not blind. He knows them very well. He knows all the rules and regulations. But he compromises some of them for a higher purpose. And what is the higher purpose? Essentially, yes, pleasing Guru and Krishna. That is the essential higher purpose. And again, we cannot concoct these things. If there are doubts, better to clarify. But this is the power of bhakti, because in bhakti, the intentions, the motivations of the devotee to please Guru and Krishna are considered to be much more important than following some rules and regulations. And that is what pleases the Lord. And that is what is being described in the next verse. It is that bhakti that pleases the Lord. That desire to please Guru and Krishna, it is that what pleases the Lord. More than a fanatic following of rules and regulations. I hope these points are clear. Okay, I was going to tell one more example, a down-to-earth example to illustrate this point of what it means to intentionally and unintentionally break rules. I did mention it in that brahmachari class. I think so. You were doing that drama, right? You did that skit that day? You were part of that. You remember that example? What example? Okay, anyways. Ashman, both of you were there, na? So you remember that example? So what was there in that? वो mic में बोलो.
At the last moment, the pujari was called for the opening the altar. Due to the regular pujari was not available. So one reaction was when devotee went and he forgot to do achman. And then he did worship and everything. Then he came out and he realized that he didn't do achman. So he was like, chalta hai. No problem. Seva to ho gayi, chalo. And the second one, he also committed the same mistake. But then he did worship and he came out and he realized and he was sincerely repenting that what a blunder I have done. I have not done in proper mood and for the proper etiquettes.
Yes. So everyone understood the example, right? So, in the first case, when the devotee says, "Chalta hai," mistake ho gaya, chalta hai, koi baat nahi. So, that type of attitude is displeasing to the Lord because the person is not serious. So, that chalta hai attitude nahi chalta hai in bhakti. So, therefore, Srila Prabhupada has written that, such a precise but such a deep statement right in the preface to the Nectar of Instruction. Was that? The advancement of a devotee in Krishna consciousness depends upon the attitude of the follower. That is what makes the big difference, the attitude. So that's bhakti. Bhakti is all about the attitude, the feelings, the intentions, the motivations. These are very important on the path of bhakti. So, on the other hand, the other devotee, as soon as he realized that he committed the mistake, sincerely repented, and maybe chanted some extra rounds and things like that. Okay, so that's the difference between seva prad and nama prad. So, when the intentions are not right, then the seva prad becomes nama prad. Then one has to face even more deadly consequences. Okay. Okay. A quote of Srila Prabhupada, please read before we take a break.
Prasannatma. Prasannatma means jubilant. You will find all our boys and girls, they're always jubilant. Unless they are jubilant, they cannot dance in this way. They are not dancing dogs. They are feeling jubilant, and therefore they are dancing. This is the position of Brahma Bhuta Prasannatma. Prasannatma, unless one is very satisfied, he cannot be jubilant. He should be morose. He cannot dance. He cannot chant.
So
Bhagavad
that's
Gita 18.
Prasannatma. Okay, fine. Okay, so we'll take a break and then continue. Hare Krishna. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Okay, so in this way, the Jnana Yogi comes to the platform of bhakti, and then when he comes to the platform of bhakti, what will be the result? 55. Bhaktya mam abhijanati yavanyashyasmi tatvatah tato mam tatvato jnatva vishate tad anantaram. One can understand me as I am, as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, only by devotional service. And when one is in full consciousness of me, by such devotion, he can enter into the kingdom of God. Vishate tad anantaram. So one can easily mistake this as he enters into me. Correct? He enters into me. So this is sort of tricking the Gyanis because this Jnana Yoga section. So Gyanis, will you please to hear these things? So therefore the Acharyas are clarifying what does this mean. Okay, read the purport.
Personality of Godhead Krishna and his plenary portions cannot be understood by mental speculation, nor by the non-devotees. If anyone wants to understand the Supreme Personality of Godhead, he has to take to pure devotion service under the guidance of a pure devotee. Otherwise, the truth of the Supreme Personality of Godhead will always be hidden. As already stated in Bhagavad Gita 7.25, Naham Prakasha Sarvasya, he is not revealed to everyone. No one can understand God simply by erudite scholarship or mental speculation. Only one who is actually engaged in Krishna consciousness and devotional service can understand what Krishna is. University degrees are not helpful. One who is fully conversant with Krishna service, Krishna science becomes eligible to enter into the spiritual kingdom, the abode of Krishna. Being Brahman does not mean that one loses his identity. Devotional service is there, and as long as devotional service exists, there must be God, the devotee, and the process of devotional service. Such knowledge is never vanished, even after liberation. Liberation involves getting free from the conception of material life. In spiritual life, the same distinction is there, the same individuality is there, but in pure Krishna consciousness. One should not mistakenly think that the word Vishate enters into me supports the monist theory that one becomes homogeneous with the impersonal Brahman. No. Vishate means that one can enter into the abode of the Supreme Lord in one's individuality to engage in his association and render service unto him. For instance, a green bird enters a green tree not to become one with the tree, but to enjoy the fruits of the tree. Impersonalists generally give the example of a river flowing into the ocean and merging. This may be a source of happiness for the impersonalist, but the personalist keep his personal identity, individuality like an aquatic in the ocean. We find so many living entities within the ocean if we go deep. Surface acquaintance with the ocean is not sufficient. One must have complete knowledge of the aquatics living in the ocean depths. Because of his pure devotion service, a devotee can understand the transcendental qualities and the opulence of the Supreme Lord in truth. As it is stated in 11th chapter, only by devotion service can one understand. The same is confirmed here. One can understand the Supreme Personality of Godhead by devotion service and enter into his kingdom. After attainment of the Brahmabhuta stage of freedom from material conception, devotional service begins by one's hearing about the Lord. When one hears about the Supreme Lord, automatically the Brahmabhuta stage develops and material contamination, greediness, and lust for sense enjoyment disappears. As lust and desires disappear from the heart of a devotee, he becomes more attached to the service of the Lord, and by such attachment, he becomes free from material contamination. In that state of life, he can understand the Supreme Lord. This is a statement of Srimad Bhagavatam also. After liberation,
So
the
which
process
verses of the Bhagavatam? Yes, beginning from Shrunatam, Swagata, Krishna, all those verses.
After liberation, the process of bhakti or transcendental service continues. The Vedanta Sutra 4.1.12 confirms this. Aprayanat tratrapi drishtam. This means that after liberation, the process of devotional service continues. In the Srimad Bhagavatam, real devotional liberation is defined as a reinstatement of the living entity in his own identity, his own constitutional position. The constitutional position is already explained. Every living entity is a part and parcel of fragmental portion of the Supreme Lord. Therefore, his constitutional position is to serve. After liberation, the service is never stopped. Actual liberation is getting free from misconception of life.
Right. Okay, so the only way one can understand the Supreme Lord is by Bhakti. Vedeshu dullabam adullabam atma bhaktau. So it's only by Bhakti that's possible. Prabhupada would often state So Krishna is not saying one can understand him by karma, jnana, or yoga. He is saying bhaktya, bhaktya mam abhijanati yavanyasyasmi tattvatah. And then one can enter into the abode of the Lord. So the example is of the green bird entering into the green tree. So the individuality of the bird remains. Srila Prabhupada gives another example. Actually, he gives two examples actually. So one example he gives is just like you see an aeroplane flying in the sky. So after some time, how it appears? As if it has merged into the sky, correct? But has it merged? No. The plane still remains. Another example he gives is so just like I think so that he gives us different context. Anyways, yes, but this example he gives. And so therefore, the individuality of the living entity always remains, even when he goes back to the spiritual world, even on the liberated platform. It's not that the individual soul becomes one with the impersonal Brahman. The individuality always remains. Okay, the other example is also the rivers and the ocean. So the waters of the river, that is also the example which the Mayavadis give. So the waters of the river merges into the waters of the ocean. But then Srila Prabhupada actually gives both these points. One point as he's giving over here is the aquatics individuality remains. So that is one point. Another point which Srila Prabhupada also says in his lectures is that the molecules of the river water and the molecules of the ocean water still remain distinct. It's not that there's complete merging. So the individuality always remains. And that is substantiated by Lord Krishna in the second chapter of the Gita, which was second chapter. The individuality always remains. Yes. Na tvevaham jatu na swam na tvam neme janadipa na chaiva na bhavishyam sarve vayam ata param. Okay, never was there a time when you, I, or all the kings were present, nor will they cease to exist in the future. So the individuality always remains. And what is the process of bhakti? I think so. We have discussed this many times when we were discussing 9.26. Also, we have elaborate discussion on what is the meaning of bhakti. And as we've said it many times, bhakti means, yesterday in Prabhupada's lecture, Prabhupada defined what is devotional service. Anyone remembers from yesterday's lecture? Somebody saying. There was one important word. Voluntarily agree to abide by the will of the Lord. That is the meaning of bhakti, devotional service. So voluntarily one has to agree to surrender, to follow the will of the Lord. That means to do what Krishna wants for the pleasure of Guru and Krishna. That is the meaning of bhakti. Keeping aside one's own likes and dislikes. Okay, fine. So let's go to the next section. Any questions, clarifications so far? Good. Next section, 56 to 60, working in pure devotional service. 56. Sarvakarmanyapi sada kurvano madvyabashrayah matprasadatavapnoti shashvatam padamavyayam. Though engaged in all kinds of activities, my pure devotee under my protection reaches the eternal and imperishable abode by my grace. Purport.
Purport, the word Mada Vyapashraya means under the protection of the Supreme Lord to be free from material contamination. A pure devotee acts under the direction of the Supreme Lord or his representative, the spiritual master. There is no time limitation for a pure devotee. He is always 24 hours a day, 100% engaged in the activities under the direction of the Supreme Lord. To a devotee who is thus engaged in a Krishna consciousness, the Lord is very, very kind. In spite of all difficulties, he is eventually placed in the transcendental abode or Krishna Loka. He is a guaranteed entrance there. There is no doubt about it. In that supreme abode, there is no change. Everything is eternal, imperishable, and full of knowledge.
Okay. So here we see that Krishna is describing all these various paths. And so first he described how by the practice of karma yoga one can come to perfection. Then he discussed how by practice of jnana yoga one can come to perfection. And now he's describing how by the practice of bhakti one can reach perfection. So all these paths ultimately they can lead to perfection. But there is special advantage of the path of bhakti. And why there is that special advantage that is being discussed in these verses. Please read.
It has thus been said that Jnani, step by step giving up the results of work itself, and then Jnana attains Sayujya. Now hear from me how my devotee attains me. That devotee takes shelter of me, even with evident material desires. V apa ashraya. V stands for Visheshatah, meaning particularly, and apa stands for
Apakrishta.
Aprakrishta, meaning low. He is not even a Nishkam Bhakta, for he performs all actions, even material ones, such as protecting wife and children, as well as Nitya, Naimittika, and Kamya karmas. What is the question of his giving up karma, yoga, jnana, worship of devatas, or other desires?
Okay, so here he's explaining this word, vyapashrayaha. So he's saying that the word upper stands for apakrishta or low. That means he has material desires. So a devotee, he is practicing devotional service, but at the same time he has some material desires. He's not fully Nishkam Bhakta. He has material desires, but at the same time he's practicing devotional service. Okay, go ahead.
The word ashrayate means he completely serves. The prefix a emphasizes the predominance of service. The use of the word api indicates inferiority of these other actions. Thus, he performs these other activities, but as a secondary actions. Thus, he has bhakti mixed with karma, rather than karma mixed with bhakti, which was already described in the first 6 chapters.
Okay, so it is like karma mishra bhakti. So what is predominant? The bhakti is predominant. So the bhakti is predominant, but at the same time, he has these other desires. Those other desires are secondary. So vi apa ashraya. So that ashraya, taking shelter of the Lord, serving the Lord, that is predominant. This is pradhani bhuta bhakti. Pradhani bhuta bhakti. What is pradhan? Is the bhakti, not guna bhuti bhakti. So there the influence of the gunas is prominent. Okay, continue.
There is no overlapping of actions with the previous descriptions. That bhakta attains my eternal dhamas, padam, such as Vaikunta, Mathura, Dwarka, and Ayodhya. But will those dhamas remain after the pralaya? They are indestructible. Avyayam. At the time of Mahapralaya, my dhamas will not disappear because of my inconceivable power. The Jnani, after many births, having undergone much suffering and austerities, having stopped the action of senses for sense objects, attain Neshkarma and then Sayujya. How does this devotee, performing actions and having desires, attain your eternal dhamas? Just by taking shelter of you. He attains it by my mercy. Mat prasadat. Know that my mercy is inconceivable and most powerful. The karma mishra bhakta gets salokya.
Okay. So here, the Lord is glorifying the practice of bhakti and is saying sarva karmani api sada. He's performing all types of other activities. Sarva karmani api. Even though he is performing all types of other activities, kurvan mad vyapashraya, but he has taken shelter of me. What is prominent is bhakti. So such a person, what he attains? Shashvadam padam avyayam. That means the abode of the Lord he attains. So if somebody he asks this question, that the jnani, he has to struggle so much to get liberation, to get sayujya, correct? So much of difficulties for him. That's what 12.5. Klesho adhikatarastesham. And here Krishna is very coolly saying, this devotee, he has material desires, still he will go to the abode of the Lord. How it is possible? The answer is what? Mat prasada. That is the answer. That mercy of the Lord is inconceivable and most powerful. So this is the big difference between the paths of karma, jnana, yoga, and bhakti. So on the path of bhakti, what does the devotee have? Mercy, prasads. That is what is special. That makes the big difference. So even though one's own efforts may be like the sparrow trying to dry up the ocean, but when those efforts are sincere, then what happens? Yes, the grace of the Lord is attracted. Therefore, on the path of bhakti, one of the main factors which one has to be very careful about is how to attract the mercy and to avoid factors which will stop the mercy. This has to be the main focus. Everything else is secondary. So whether one knows the shlokas, whether one becomes a scholar, whether one does big things or small things, everything else is secondary. How many devotees one has made, how many temples one has built, everything is secondary. The main factor is what? Have I attracted the Lord's mercy? That is the main factor. And so therefore, so one can be as illiterate as the South Indian Brahman, but still he attracted Guru and Krishna's mercy by sincerity. That's all. So that's what Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu tells that milk drinking brahmachari. Everyone knows the story, right? Milk drinking brahmachari. So that's what Mahaprabhu said. Do you think by simply drinking milk you can attain me? Then what was the qualification of Gajendra? What was the qualification of Jatayu? What was the qualification of gopis? Apparently no material qualification. But there only one qualification, and that is what? To please the Lord by their efforts, by their endeavor. That is what is required. And so therefore, on the path of bhakti, there is no big, small, high, low. No, all that doesn't matter. Again, we have the famous example of Hanuman and the squirrel. So therefore, all these things don't matter on the path of bhakti. So just like some devotees think, no, success of my life is if I become temple president, GBC, then that's success. Jayanand Prabhu never became sannyasi or GBC, nothing. He was nothing. But yet, Srila Prabhupada gave the guarantee. What? Yes, he went back to the spiritual worlds. What else is required? This is bhakti. We should be very clear about this path of bhakti. So it's not based on anything external. It is all based on one's sincere efforts to serve. That's all. Maybe you've heard this pastime of this Yamuna Mataji tells when she was staying in Vrindavan. First time they came to Vrindavan with Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada was staying at the Radha Damodar temple, and there was this old lady who would bring a bucket of Yamuna water every day. In the early morning hours, she would go to the Yamuna, get a bucket of Yamuna water, and place in front of the altar, and she would go. The pujaris would not even notice who brought it, but they would use it. And Srila Prabhupada noticed. Srila Prabhupada said, yes, her life is perfect. Why? Daily, sincerely, steadily performing that simple service according to her capacity. That is what is appreciated on the path of bhakti. The sincere, steady service. That is what is appreciated. Not big, small, doesn't make a difference. So if one is a sincere devotee but staying with family, so many family responsibilities, doing so many other works, all that may be there. But if the devotee is sincerely performing his devotional service in accordance to the instructions of the spiritual master, and he attracts the Lord's mercy, that is sufficient. If he attracts the Lord's mercy, goal will be achieved. So that is what he's saying here. Mat prasadat. That makes the big difference. And therefore, that has to be our focus. And therefore, that day Gudakesh Prabhu also was telling. Therefore, one of the significant factors to be very careful about on the path of devotional service is what? Yes, the aparads. That is the significant factor one should be very careful about. Because that, what? Blocks the mercy. Blocks the mercy. So therefore, two things, there are two primary factors basically. Anukulyasa sankalpa, pratikulyasa varjana. Those are two primary factors. So if one is always doing things which are favorable to devotional service, avoiding those which are unfavorable, then one's progresses can be quite smooth. Otherwise, as Srila Prabhupada also in this purport, in the previous purport, Prabhupada is saying, no one can understand God simply by erudite scholarship, mental speculation. Only one who's actually engaged in Krishna consciousness and devotional service can understand what Krishna is. Quite interesting. Maybe Prabhupada was thinking into the future. Therefore, he wrote this statement, university degrees are not helpful. Most probably was thinking in the future, many people with university degrees will come. Anyway, so this is what, so here Krishna is glorifying the path of bhakti, that how by attracting his mercy, then one can achieve the goal. 57. Chetasa sarva karmani mayi sanyasya matparaha buddhi gamupashritya machitta satatam bhava. In all activities, just depend upon me and work always under my protection. In such devotional service, be fully conscious of me. Purport.
When one acts in Krishna consciousness, he does not act as the master of the world. Just like a servant, one should act fully under the direction of the Supreme Lord. A servant has no individual independence. He acts only on the order of the master. A servant acting on behalf of the Supreme Master is unaffected by profit and loss. He simply discharges his duties faithfully in the terms of the order of the Lord. Now, one may argue that Arjuna was acting under the personal direction of Krishna. But when Krishna is not present, how should one act? If one acts according to the direction of Krishna in this book, as well as under the guidance of the representative of Krishna, then the result will be the same. The Sanskrit word matparah is very important in this verse. It indicates that one has no goal in life, seven except acting in Krishna consciousness just to satisfy Krishna. And while working in that way, one should think of Krishna only. I have been appointed to discharge this particular duty by Krishna. While acting in such a way, one naturally has to think of Krishna. This is perfect Krishna consciousness. One should, however, note that after doing something whimsically, he should not offer the result of this to the Supreme Lord. That sort of duty is not in the devotional service of Krishna consciousness. One should act according to the order of Krishna. This is a very important point. That order of Krishna comes to the disciplic succession from the bona fide spiritual master. Therefore, the spiritual master's order should be taken as the prime duty of life. If one gets a bona fide spiritual master and acts according to his direction, then one's perfection of life in Krishna consciousness is guaranteed.
Okay, I think it's a very crystal clear purport. So, Chetasa Sarvakarmani Mai Sanyasya Matparaha. So, in all activities, Sarvakarmani, the Chetasa, the consciousness or the intelligence must be in Krishna, Matparaha. And one has to perform Buddhi Yogam Upasha, Matchitta Satatam Bhava. So, one has to basically act under the order of Krishna to satisfy Krishna. Significant point, Prabhupada is saying here. And while working in that way, one should think of Krishna only. I have been appointed to discharge this particular duty by Krishna. So whatever service one gets, what one should think? What one should think? The statement here. Who has given this service? Krishna has given this service. It will solve a lot of problems. Because normally what we think? This person gave the service. This person has given the service. अभी उनको ठीक से पता ही नहीं है मुझे क्या चाहिए, मुझे क्या नहीं चाहिए, कुछ भी सेवा देते. Then we grumble, right? क्या सेवा दिया ये. But if one simply is in this consciousness, which is a fact, which is a reality, and that is what? Krishna has given the service. It is coming through parampara. Krishna has given the service through the parampara. This will solve a lot of problems. Many times devotees ask this question that this has become a universal question these days. Wherever we go, devotees ask this question. How can we have faith in our authorities? The answer is here. This is the answer. You just see the connection. See the connection. Don't see the person. See the connection. Therefore, Srila Prabhupada explains that even when we talk of Guru, it doesn't mean a person. It means the entire Guru Tattva, the entire Guru Parampara. So therefore, if one works in that consciousness, then it's very easy to have faith. Of course, again, blind following, condemned. Okay, so not blind following. But as long as things are within the boundaries of Guru Sadhu Shastra, then we can have faith, no problem. So we just see that upward connection and then have faith that this service, these instructions, they're coming from Krishna. So if Krishna were to directly give instructions, wouldn't we have faith? Yes or no? So if we see like that, then it's easy to have faith. क्या प्रॉब्लम है? रुको रुको. हाँ फिर से बोलो, वो सुनाई नहीं दिया.
The question is that service is given by Krishna that we accept. But to perform that service, we need kind of expertise, knowledge, some guidance. Those things are absent. Then obviously naturally we become frustrated and making attempt.
So why it is absent? Why it is absent? Why the guidance is absent? There's no one to give guidance?
In that case, what to do? Naturally, we blame the authority in that case. I have seen such cases.
No, one can seek guidance, na? If one seeks guidance, one will get guidance.
No, we can seek, definitely we are ready, but the guider is not there then. That's a problem.
ऐसे कैसे संभव है?
It's happening. I have seen such cases. That's
अरे
why I'm asking.
इतने सारे डिवोटीज है गाइडेंस देने के लिए. हाँ, अरे गाइडेंस लेने जाना है, जा सकते हैं, उसमें क्या है? मुश्किल क्या है? एक डिवोटी एक्सपर्ट नहीं तो दूसरा डिवोटी है ना गाइडेंस देने के लिए. पूरे संसार में एक ही डिवोटी है गाइडेंस देने के लिए. हाँ, seek and one shall find. And Krishna will also inspire from within. Dadami buddhi yogam tam. Everything is possible. Possible. Everything is possible. Okay, fine. Let's read this commentary.
Now, what are you indicating to me particularly? Am I an Ananya Bhakta or am I the Sakam Bhakta just mentioned by you? You do not have the strength to become the most excellent Ananya Bhakta. And you should not be the Sakam Bhakta, the lowest among all the devotees. Therefore, be a Madhyam devotee, a devotee intermediate between these two. While offering to me all of your occupational activities and your duties of ashram, you whose goal of life is only to attain me, Matparaha, in other words, being Nishkam, remember me always, Matchittah Bhava, while doing those activities and at any other time also. Satatam, being endowed with fixed intelligence. Vyavsayatmika Buddhi. Buddhi Yogam Upashya.
Okay, so this is similar to which verse? (9.27). अरे कल ही बोला था 9.27. Yat karoshi, yad ashnasi, yad juhoshi, dadasi. This is similar. So here also he is saying chetasa sarva karmani mai sanyasya matparaha. So similar meaning. So here basically Arjuna is asking this question. So in the previous verse he spoke about Sakam Bhakta, a devotee who has some material desires in the previous verse. And then so he's saying, should I be a Sakam Bhakta like that or should I be Ananya Bhakta? So Krishna says the same thing what he told in 9.27. 9.27 also, there also Arjuna's question was the same. There also Krishna said the same thing. You are not qualified for Ananya Bhakti. Not qualified for Ananya Bhakti. Because Ananya Bhakti means what? Only Krishna's pleasure. No consideration of Varnashram, no consideration of my propensity is this, I like to do this, I don't like to do that, nothing. Ananya Bhakti means Just follow. That's it. Just like the gopis. Krishna played the flute, they just left on the spot. No consideration, what they were doing, what they were not doing, nothing. On the spot, they left everything. Very high platform, Ananya Bhakti, not easy. Therefore, Krishna is telling Arjuna, you're not qualified. He's telling Arjuna, you're not qualified for Ananya Bhakti. Where is our position? So therefore, Krishna is saying, okay, don't become Sakam Bhakta, like mentioned in the previous verse. Be Madhyam Bhakta. That means what? Do all your activities remembering me. Okay, so just like there also, Yat Karoshi, Yadashna. Okay, whatever you want to, you do. But at the same time, remember me. So here also same thing. Being Nishkam, remember me always while doing those activities and at any other time also. Satatam. So this is what Krishna is telling Arjuna. And of course, Srila Prabhupada has given practical instructions for us how we can remember Krishna within our lives by following the instructions of the bona fide spiritual master. Therefore, the spiritual master's order should be taken as the prime duty of life. 58. Machitta sarva durgani mat prasada tarishyasi ata chetvam ahankara na shoshyasi vinangshasi. If you become conscious of me, you will pass over all the obstacles of conditioned life by my grace. If, however, you do not work in such consciousness but act through false ego, not hearing me, you will be lost. Bhagwan dhamki de rahe. सुनो बेटा सुनो, नहीं तो lost where? Mrityu samsar. You'll be lost. Okay, read the purport.
A person in full Krishna consciousness is not unduly anxious about executing the duties of his existence. The foolish cannot understand this great freedom from all anxiety. For one who acts in Krishna consciousness, Lord Krishna becomes the most intimate friend. He always looks after his friend's comfort and he gives himself to his friend who is so devotedly engaged working 24 hours a day to please the Lord. Therefore, no one should be carried away by the false ego of the bodily concept of life. One should not falsely think himself independent of the laws of material nature or free to act. He is already under strict material laws. But as soon as he acts in Krishna consciousness, he is liberated, free from the material perplexities. One should not note very carefully that one who is not active in Krishna consciousness is losing himself in the material whirlpool in the ocean of birth and death. No conditioned soul actually knows what is to be done and what is not to be done. But a person who acts in Krishna consciousness is free to act because everything is prompted by Krishna from within and confirmed by the spiritual master.
Machitta sarva durgani mat prasada tarishyasi. So if one is always conscious of Krishna, machitta, then what Krishna does? Sarva durgani tarishyasi. How? Mat prasadat. So when one is Krishna conscious, then Krishna becomes conscious of the devotee. If devotee is conscious of Krishna, then Krishna becomes conscious of devotee. Ye athamam prapadyante. And therefore Prabhupada is writing so beautifully. Prabhupada is writing, and this is so much hope-giving. For one who acts in Krishna consciousness, Lord Krishna becomes the most intimate friend. And what does the friend do? He always looks after his friend's comfort and he gives himself to his friend who so devotedly engaged working 24 hours a day to please the Lord. So if devotee is trying to please the Lord 24 hours a day, then what Krishna does? He is also always thinking about the devotee. And he's always thinking about the comfort of the devotee. And then what will happen? All the obstacles will be easily removed. And that we can perfectly see in the life of Srila Prabhupada. Correct? So many examples. So many. Right from the Jaladuta heart attacks, where Krishna personally appeared. And then so many examples. And therefore, Srila Prabhupada's disciples, they say, in the presence of Srila Prabhupada, we could see magic, miracles every day. Every day. Magic. And that gave them so much of faith that this Swamiji is no ordinary person. Some of which we have already mentioned before. Okay, we'll quickly tell a few. So we won't get into details. We have already told many of them. One is in the early days, there was, so when Srila Prabhupada started dictating his translations and purports, so somebody was needed for transcription, typing. And at that time, many of these devotees didn't know how to do typing. And they were wondering who's going to do this. Srila Prabhupada was dictating, but nobody was there to do transcription. And as they were thinking like that, one day, one boy just walked in, and the boy said, I heard you people are doing some good work here. I want to help. What can you do? So the boy said, actually, in college, I'm learning how to do transcriptions. Very good. That's what we want. They gave him that service. Job done. Free of cost. And then, that pastime of the dollar notes falling from the sky. You know that, right? San Francisco, 1967, when they didn't have money to pay for the rent and grocery and sabji and everything. Dollar notes from the sky. Unheard of. Then you also know the pastime of George Harrison, Shamsundar Prabhu, and the $19,000 for the Krishna book. You know that, right? The lights went off, lights came back, $19 yours. Then the famous pastime of Radha Landaneshwar. Prabhupada went and stole the deities, kidnapped. Devotees, everything was ready. Temple was ready. The date of the installation was announced. Everything was ready. Nobody knew where the deities are going to come from. And Prabhupada just went to this man's house, stole the deities and came. Then Detroit's Fisher Mansion. Yes, everything was gold plated, including the taps in the bathroom. Not just some, real gold. Not some golden painting. And Srila Prabhupada got it for like peanuts. Nothing. Such cheap price. The man didn't realize what he was doing. After the entire deal was signed, everything was. After that, when the devotees went, the man said, "Oh, your old Swami just cheated me." Everything done. So that's how Krishna just does miracles. Amazing miracles. That's what he does. Sarva Durgani Mat Prasada Tarishyasi. Others, how it was possible? As Srila Prabhupada himself says, old man without any money. How it was possible? International society. And the magic continues. At that time, Srila Prabhupada said, oh, I went with 40 rupees and now we have property worth 40 crores. Now practically each temple is more than 40 crores. The recently opened Rohini temple is 100 crores. Just one temple. And then so many more are coming up. Each one of them almost the same amount. So just see the magic. The magic is still going on. It all started with Srila Prabhupada going with 40 rupees. Now see what's happening. This is what Krishna does. But what is required? What is required? Machitta. That is what is required. Machitta. We have to be Krishna conscious. That's all. Keeping aside one's own personal agendas, personal motivations, all that, one needs to be Krishna conscious, acting for the pleasure of Krishna. If one agrees to do that, then Krishna can do magic. Then all obstacles can be crossed. Otherwise, Krishna is giving warning. Atachetvam ahankaran. You bring your ahankar into the picture and you don't listen to my instructions, na shoshasi, then what will happen? Vinangshasi. You will be lost. So one has to be careful. Especially after becoming devotee. If one brings ahankar into the picture, Krishna will be very unhappy. And then Krishna will take action. So that's what Prabhupada is writing. One should not falsely think himself independent of the laws of material nature or free to act. He is already under strict material laws, but as soon as he acts in Krishna consciousness, he is liberated, free from the material perplexities, because Krishna takes care. Yes, so one should note very carefully, what? That one who is not active in Krishna consciousness is losing himself in the material whirlpool in the ocean of birth and death. And the last statement is important. No conditioned soul actually knows what is to be done and what is not to be done, but a person who acts in Krishna consciousness is free to act because everything is prompted by Krishna from within. But does it end there? No. And confirmed by the spiritual master. Both have to go hand in hand. There's a well-known incident of His Holiness Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj. One devotee asked Maharaj, so Maharaj, what if Krishna comes in my dreams and gives me instructions? So Maharaj immediately said, very simply, just confirm with your spiritual master. Very simple. So no concoctions, no speculations. Confirm. So even though one may be very advanced and when the Paramatma may actually prompt, but still, to be on the safe side, always confirm with the spiritual master.
Is there any freedom what Krishna says and the spiritual master also says? So both we are following, that much freedom we have, or no? Like some authority saying you have to do this only. Spiritual master has said so many things, Prabhu. Many instructions he has given. Krishna has also given many instructions. They are matching. Now in between there are authorities saying you have to do this.
And that is the whole problem. The whole problem is this only.
Here, it according
The
to
whole problem is you see things separately. That is the whole problem. So why don't you see authority also in line with Guru and Krishna? Why do you see authority as separate?
spiritual master is a pure devotee.
So this is the problem. This is where the problem comes. This is exactly where the problem comes. Spiritual master is pure devotee. My authority is not pure devotee. So therefore what he is saying is not correct. What spiritual master says is correct. So why you bring all these material conceptions?
Because there are so many problems happen, Prabhuji.
The problems are happening because of this only.
No. Even he is considering, like he is giving fully surrendering to the authority. Authority is going and then he also going. Like that problem is happening.
So therefore Prabhupada also has given the other statement, no blind following. So if authority is leaving Krishna consciousness, why should the follower leave?
No, you are saying you have to, what you have to.
As long as the authority is properly situated in Krishna consciousness, as long as he is following the parampara, therefore the connection has to be seen. Connection. The connection is what is important. Everyone has to be in line. That means what? Every person has to follow the instructions of the parampara. No one can act independently. As long as the personality is following the instructions of the parampara, he is properly situated. The moment, therefore Prabhupada gave these simple examples. Light, fans, all these are running. Why? Current. Coming from where? Yes, connected to powerhouse. As long as connection to the powerhouse is there, everything works. Similarly, every devotee should be properly connected to the powerhouse. How the connection takes place? How the connection takes place? Yes, by following the instructions. The moment any personality within the chain does not follow the instructions, out. He loses the mercy. Then he's no more transparent via medium. So as long as one is properly situated in Krishna consciousness, that means as long as he is following the instructions of his superiors, then he's properly situated. Then I can safely follow him, no problem. But the moment he is not following his superiors, then I cannot trust him. Then I have to do something else. Then I have to consult other sadhus. You get the point?
So safe is like safe is what? If spiritual master is, because there will be a risk here. Like that risk happened also. Dependent.
So see, as long as a devotee is properly situated in Krishna consciousness, if I follow him, there is no problem. There is no problem. Okay. If I find some discrepancies, if I think whoever is giving me instructions, my spiritual authority is not giving me proper instructions, if I have some doubts, genuine doubts, then clarify with other senior devotees. Simple. What's the problem? What is the complication? There is no complication. As long as my superior is properly following, I can simply follow. And if I find that there is some discrepancy, clarify with other senior devotees. That solves the problem. Why unnecessarily complicate? There is no problem. Many times the problem is in our mind.
Regarding same question, His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj, when he gave Brahmachari class in 2019, just yesterday, Samarpan Goprabhu was sharing with me. So I had asked him question, then he told that here Maharaj gives answer. So Maharaj made a statement there. He gives three things. One is expected Prabhupada told that one is expected to follow authority. And second, he told that if you have issues with him, then we can consult, not to complain.
Hmm?
One should consult if we see any discrepancy in his behavior. And third one is many a times these both things are not there. We only project our faults on them. This same problem I am also having. Last two weeks I also faced, and then came to conclusion back to pavilion. So it is my fault only. So now I just want to understand that Maharaj made statement that what we see, like the world is a
Reflection of one's own consciousness.
That's Prabhuji, can you give some clarification that I want to understand?
So basically, what is within my own consciousness, I tend to project on others. Atmavan manyate jagat. So just like the example is given, so we are going to go over time. It's already 1:45. We are getting into some side topics. You're okay, na? Okay, anyway, few more verses only, not too much. Anyway, now we are not getting into any more side topics now, the last one. So just like if there is a businessman, so whatever he sees, what he'll be thinking? So anything he sees around, his consciousness will be, how can I make money out of this? Anyway, it reminds me of one story which Prabhupada told. Maybe you heard it. Huh? Yeah? No. So he told the story of one man. He was very poor. He had no money. So he went to his friend, and so he asked him, so can you tell me some ways how can I earn money? So the friend said, are you a businessman and you're asking this question? Money is on the street. Go and take it. So he didn't understand. So he said, very simple. You see, that time plague was going on. So the municipality's rule was, if anyone got a dead rat, then they would pay him a few paisa. That is what he meant. So he got the clue. So he took some dead rats to the municipality, got a few paisas. This is a real story. It's not, yeah, in Calcutta. History it is. So he got a few paisas. With a few paisas, he got some half-rotten almonds, badam. And those badam, he sold for a little higher price. He got little more money. Then with that money, he invested in something else. Like that, he went on investing and he got more and more money. Finally, he became one of the richest men in Calcutta. Prabhupada tells his name also. C.R. Das? I don't remember. So, anyway, whatever. But he became one of the richest person in Calcutta. So that's how a businessman, he's so expert. Why? Because he's just looking for money. His entire consciousness is in that. Money, money, money. Why? Because his consciousness is money. What he sees outside is also money. Similarly, a lusty person. If a person is lusty, his consciousness is lusty, whatever he sees, what he sees? How to enjoy. That is what he sees. So that is how one's own consciousness is projected on another person. And therefore, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur said, I see faults in others because I am honeycombed with faults. So why do I have a fault finding tendency? Why do I why do I find faults with others? Because I have a fault finding tendency. That is a fault in me. Therefore, I see faults in others. So I have a fault finding tendency, and that is what I project on others. That is how the world is a reflection of one's own consciousness. And somebody who's a pure devotee, Srila Prabhupada went to the Bowery, and then what he saw? He was seeing all these drunkards. What was he seeing them as drunkards? Huh? No, what he was seeing them as? What? Yes, prospective devotees. So he found a small spark of service attitude. He fanned it, made them great devotees. So that is how one perceives the world, how one perceives another person is based on one's own consciousness. So similarly, when we see devotees, so we can see every devotee as a wonderful devotee serving the parampara. Or we can, when we see the devotee, we can see the faults. It all depends on my own consciousness. And I'm sure we all have that experience. If we do our sadhana well, we do good chanting and everything, our consciousness is good, then we have good relations with others. Is it correct or not? And then when our own consciousness is not proper, then what happens? Then we pick up quarrels, fight, all that happens. So it is all based on one's own consciousness. You got the point? So therefore, the more one is Krishna conscious, that's what Krishna is telling here. The goal is what? Machitta, machitta. That is the goal. Be Krishna conscious. So if one is Krishna conscious, one will see everything from the right perspective. More one is in Sattvagun, what will happen? Sattvat sanjayate jnanam. As we were discussing yesterday, one will be able to discriminate what is good, what is bad, what is right, what is wrong, what is dharma, what is adharma. Everything one will be able to discriminate properly. Therefore, the most, it's very easy to find faults with others. No, one does not require PhD to do that. That one is expert. But what one really needs to work on is one's own consciousness. That is what one needs to work on. If one works on one's own consciousness, then everything will be seen in the proper perspective. Then one will get the proper intelligence to do the right thing at the right time, at the right place. So yes, so as long as my senior is properly situated, I can properly follow. I can simply follow whatever he is telling. If I find some discrepancies, I can clarify. That's how life goes on. Nothing too complicated.
Rosie, this only.
One last point. No.
We are hearing lecture mostly about a spiritual master. We are trying to love our spiritual master. Any instructions he is saying, okay, for the pleasure of my spiritual master, I will do it. So like that, we are always that much conscious we are doing. Always we are. So now, suppose authority is saying
That's
yes.
not on, I think. No?
Correct. Suppose authority is saying yes, because spiritual master said, I will do it. So I will do. Other devotees also saying, okay, you distribute books. So even the authority is not saying, other devotee is saying, still I will do because spiritual master has said that. So like that consciousness, if you are going, what is the problem? Because we are connecting the spiritual master, and with this person also we are connecting. But so like this,
there is a problem here. Our connection to the spiritual master is through this devotee. You are seeing two different connections. You are saying one connection to spiritual master, one connection to this devotee. No, it is not like that. My connection to the spiritual master is through this spiritual authority.
Not with every other devotee.
This is called parampara. This is called parampara. See, Prabhupada gives simple example. In a company, there is the company manager, and there are 1,000 people in the company. The company boss, he wants to know about ex-employee. Whom will he ask? The immediate authority. Prabhupada says the supervisor. And there is ex-employee. If the CEO or the boss of the company, he wants to know about the employee, whom does he ask? He asks that immediate authority of that particular employee. That's how he gets the information, right? The same thing applies here. So, when the spiritual master wants to know about any devotee here in this temple, whom will he ask? He'll ask the temple president. That is what happens, correct? So, our system is what? What is our philosophy? Told by Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, what is our philosophy? How many times have we heard that? Gopir, Bartur, Padakamalyo, Das, 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 Anadas. What is the meaning? And Srila Prabhupada in his lecture says, 100 times Das. And Prabhupada says very clearly, the more one is down the line, Das Anudas, more mercy one gets. More Vaishnavas on top, more mercy. Simple. Yes. See, why? Because becoming Das Anudas is very difficult. See, if the Diksha Guru directly gives instruction, how many will refuse? Probability is very less, correct? If Diksha Guru directly gives instruction, very easy to follow. And what to speak if Krishna would personally come and give instruction? But when does the problem arise? Somebody is in authoritative position and he is my equal. We came at the same time. We joined on the same date, exactly the same hour. And yet he is my authority now and I need to follow. Hey, this is too difficult. Here the problem lies, correct? Here is the problem. And this is what the false ego says. But in that situation, when one follows, then that is tapasya. Even though it is difficult, one follows. Then who gets more mercy? When one goes through that tapasya of following somebody who's not very senior, who's like an equal or maybe sometimes even a junior, in that situation, when I follow, then Krishna will be more pleased. So that is our principle that we need to follow. So we can't say that, spiritual master's mercy will flow in one way, this devotee, this spiritual authority's mercy flows another way. No, it's all one line. It's all one line. Parampara, that is called parampara. So that's exactly what Krishna is telling here. That is exactly what Krishna is telling here. Put that ahankar aside. That is exactly what he's saying. If you bring that ahankar into the picture and you don't follow, result will be what? Result will be what? Vinangshasi. This is reality. That is why Krishna consciousness is very simple, but at the same time, difficult to follow, difficult to apply. It is very simple. Why? Just follow. Just follow. Whoever is placed in authoritative position, just follow him, whoever he may be. You think that he's representative of my spiritual master. That's all. You see him as representative of spiritual master. That's what Prabhupada is writing in these purports. See him as representative of Krishna, representative of your spiritual master, and follow whoever it may be. That makes life so simple and blissful. Then, as Prabhupada is writing here, then Krishna will see after the comforts of the devotee. Then the devotee can be very peaceful. Very simple. So there is a temple manager. So whoever it may be, he may be senior to me, equal to me, junior to me, doesn't matter. He is the manager. So therefore, I should follow him. I should take his permission, whatever I do. Very simple. What is the difficulty? Why bring the ahankar into the picture? These are the principles of devotional service that are being told. We simply need to follow them. That's all. ठीक है ना? $1 million question is answered, no? Right. So you're still not answered.
Praji, this end of false ego, like when this false ego attacks, because repeatedly it attacks.
Actually, it attacks was always there.
So, yeah, attack is always there. But when it goes to such a degree, because we identify ourselves as a body, so attack is already there. But it goes to such a degree that one defies authority. So in that such cases, how to
sadhu
tackle with
sadhu. Therefore, there are these sadhus here.
So they will identify the that.
That is why we require devotee friends who can help us in such a situation. Otherwise, in that time, one is blinded by the false ego. We already discussed this.
Yes.
Lower modes, cover, yellow colored glasses. You remember the example? That is what happens. One gets covered over. Then one doesn't recognize what one is doing. Bharat Maharaj, he could not recognize he's going on the wrong path. Could he recognize? He could not recognize. He thought, I'm perfect. He was justifying. He was perfectly justifying his attachment to the deer. And unfortunately, he didn't have someone to tell him. That is why the association of devotees is there.
Yes, we cannot find our own faults.
Very difficult. And that is why Srila Prabhupada has written here what? You see in these purports, how many times Prabhupada will repeat this statement. You see in verse number 57 purport, how he ends the purport. The spiritual master's order should be taken as the prime duty of life. If one gets a bona fide spiritual master and acts according to his direction, then one's perfection of life in Krishna consciousness is guaranteed. Now you see how he ends the purport 258. Person who acts in Krishna consciousness is free to act because everything is surrounded by Krishna consciousness from within and confirmed by the spiritual master. And we have not read the next verse, but just to put things in context, you read how Prabhupada ends the next purport. One should act unhesitatingly to execute the order of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. That will keep one safe under all circumstances. One sentence before that. No one should neglect the order of the Supreme Personality of Godhead or the order of the Spiritual Master, who is the representative of God. You see this? In every purport, Prabhupada is repeating this. Why? This is devotional service. This is the meaning of bhakti. And not following is the cause of all problems. That is why we require the guidance of the spiritual master, we require the guidance of the Vaishnavas, we require the association of Vaishnavas. Tandera charana sevi bhakta sanevas janme janme hoi ei abhilash. This is why the acharyas are speaking all these things. It is not some poetry. The more we apply, all right. Therefore, you have to create some good relations who can tell. That is our homework. ठीक है. 59. यदहङ्कारमाश्रित्य न योत्स्य इति मन्यसे मिथ्येष व्यवसायस्ते प्रकृतिस्त्वां नियोक्ष्यति. If you do not act according to my direction and do not fight, then you will be falsely directed. By your nature, you will have to be engaged in warfare. So Krishna is saying, Yad ahankar. Previous verse also he said ahankar. This ahankar is the problem. Previous verse also he said ahankar. Here also he is saying ahankar. So yad ahankaram ashritya. You take ashray of your ahankar. Instead of taking ashray of Krishna, one takes ashray of ahankar, false ego. And then na yotsye iti manyase. If you don't act, if you don't fight according to my instruction, then what will happen? He says, anyways you will fight. Vyavasaya te prakriti tmam niyokshati. Your prakriti will force you. Your prakriti is to fight as a Kshatriya. Therefore, that prakriti will force you to fight, even though you may refuse to fight under my instruction. So Prabhupada is writing here, Arjuna was a military man, born of the nature of the Kshatriya. Therefore, his natural duty was to fight. But due to false ego, he was fearing that by killing his teacher, grandfather, and friends, he would incur sinful reactions. Actually, was considering himself master of his actions, as if he were directing the good and bad results of such work. He forgot that the Supreme Personality of Godhead was present there, instructing him to fight. That is the forgetfulness of the conditioned soul. Right? Okay, 60. स्वभावजेन कौन्तेय निबद्धस्वेन कर्मणा कर्तुं नेच्छसि यन्मोहात् करिष्यसि अवशोऽपि तत्. Under illusion, you are now declining to act according to my direction, but compelled by the work born of your own nature, you will act all the same, O son of Kunti. Read the purport. No, by 2:30 we'll finish. Taken? No. Read.
If one refuses to act under the direction of Supreme Lord, then he is compelled to act by the modes in which he is situated. Everyone is under the spell of a particular combination of the modes of nature and is acting in that way. But anyone who voluntarily engages himself under the direction of Supreme Lord becomes glorious.
See, everyone is under the spell of a particular combination of modes of nature and is acting in that way. But anyone who voluntarily engages himself, what is the important word there? Voluntarily engages himself under the direction of Supreme Lord becomes glorious. Now, question may arise. Here Krishna is saying that Arjuna, if you don't fight under my instruction, you're going to fight anyways. So, ठीक है ना, अच्छी बात है ना? Ultimately, what Krishna wanted? He wanted Arjuna to fight. So here Krishna is saying, you don't fight under my instruction, you're going to fight anyways. फिर काम खत्म ना? then why Krishna has instructed this entire Bhagavad Gita if he's going to fight anyways? The false ego will not be purified. What you said?
Consciousness in which he would be fighting the entire battle would be completely different. It would be
What
just
is the
for
difference?
self-centeredness, and for this, in case Bhagavad Gita is spoken, it would be for the pleasure of Krishna.
That's the big difference. So if Arjuna would have fought anyways, but that would be simply according to the modes. That would be simply according to the modes pushing him to act. That would simply be binding. But now, after hearing this entire Bhagavad Gita, now when he fights, what is the consciousness? For Krishna's pleasure. That is the whole big difference. And that is why Krishna has instructed this entire Bhagavad Gita just to change Arjuna's consciousness, to make it Krishna conscious. That is the goal. International Society for Krishna Consciousness. That is the goal of our society. That is the goal of every individual devotee's life. How to become Krishna conscious. And just to make Arjuna Krishna conscious and to make all of us Krishna conscious, Krishna spoke the entire Bhagavad Gita. Otherwise, Arjuna would have fought anyways. What else he will do? Okay, so that's the end of this section. Now, the next section from 61 to 63, surrender to the super soul. 61. Ishvara sarvabhutanam riddheshe arjuna tishtati brahmayan sarvabhutani yantrarudhani mayaya. The Supreme Lord is situated in everyone's heart, O Arjuna, and is directing the wanderings of all living entities who are seated as on a machine made of the material energy. So if Arjuna were to say that, so here in the previous verse, Krishna is saying, see, if you don't act according to my directions, you will fight anyways. According to your prakriti, your swabhava, according to your swabhava, you will fight anyways. So Arjuna may say, no, but to fight or not to fight is within my hands. I have a choice whether to fight or not to fight. So in reply, Krishna is saying, no, you're not independent. You're not independent because there is the super soul who's directing everything. You can't escape. Okay, read this purport.
Arjun was not the supreme knower, and his decision to fight or not to fight was confined to his limited discretion. Lord Krishna instructed that individual is not all in all. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, or He Himself, Krishna, as the localized super soul, sits in the heart directing the living entity. After changing the body, the living entity forgets his past deeds, but the super soul, as the knower of the past, present, and future, remains the witness of all his activities. Therefore, all the activities of the living entities are directed by this super soul. The living entity gets what it deserves and is carried by the material body, which is created in the material energy under the direction of the super soul. As soon as the living entity is placed in the particular type of body, he has to work under the spell of that bodily situation. A person seated in a high-speed motor car goes faster than one seated in slower car, though the living entity, the drivers, may be the same. Similarly, by the order of super soul, the material nature fashions a particular type of body to a particular type of living entity, so that he may work according to his past desires. The living entity is not independent. One should not think himself independent of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The individual is always under the Lord's control. Therefore, one's duty is to surrender, and that is the injections of the next verse.
Yes. So Arjuna may think, I am independent. Whether to fight or not to fight is within my control. So that's why Krishna is speaking this verse. He's saying, no, you're not independent. There is super soul. Ishvara sarva bhutanam riddhesha arjuna tishtati brahmayan sarva bhutani. The Lord as super soul is controlling all the living entities and is making them wander here, there. That's what Prabhupada is writing. So one gets a body based upon one's past desires. And then to fulfill those desires, the super soul is going to instigate. One is not independent. So next life, when the next body is given, then super soul will say, do this, go there, do that. That's how he fulfills the past desires. That's how he gets the previous karma. Everything happens like that. One is not independent. One is forced. One is forced. So sometimes one, just like, I'm forgetting the details, but there was some few years back, there was one plane crash. It was quite a big plane crash. Many hundreds of people died. And so the news article reported that there was one man who managed to reach the airport a little late. And he was trying to convince the airport authorities, please, please, international flights, very costly. And he was trying to convince them, please, please allow me, allow me. And they said, no, sorry, gates closed. And the plane took off. Very soon it crashed. Now you think how the man must have felt. But who is doing this? Who inspired that man to go a few minutes late? It's not by accident. It's not by accident. The super soul inspires. That's how it happens. That's how everything works according to karma. So that's how one is, that's what Prabhupada is writing. No one is independent. No, where's that? So the living entity is not independent. One should not think himself independent of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The individual is always under the Lord's control. And that's what before that also Prabhupada is writing. As soon as a living entity is placed in a particular type of body, he has to work under the spell of that bodily situation. No choice. He's forced. The only choice the jiva has is when he comes into the association of devotees, then he has a choice whether to surrender or not to surrender. That choice the jiva has. So therefore here Krishna is telling Arjuna, now surrender. 62. Tameva sharanam gaccha sarvabhavena bharata tat prasadat param shantim sthanam prapsyasi shashvatam. O kind of Bharata, surrender unto him. Him means super soul. So somebody may say, should I surrender to super soul or Krishna? On what basis do you say same? Give a shastric proof. Give one verse in the Bhagavad Gita. That's all. Say. Super soul. Yes. Sarvasya chaham hridi sanvishto matta smriti jnana. Krishna is saying, I am only the super soul. So here he is saying, surrender to the super soul. And previously he has said, I am only the super soul. So no difference. Okay, so here he is saying, surrender unto him utterly by his grace. By his grace. Tat prasadat. So you see, throughout this section on bhakti, you see how many times this is repeated. Prasadat, mat prasadat, tat prasadat. Everything is running on this prasad business. Wow. Tat prasadat param shantim sthanam prapsyasi shashvatam. By His grace, you will attain transcendental peace and the supreme and eternal abodes. So Prabhupada is writing these same points. A living entity should therefore surrender unto the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is situated in everyone's heart, and that will relieve him from all kinds of miseries of this material existence. Jeev Krishna Das E Vishwas Korletar Dukkana. Only thing is realize that I am Krishna Das. Surrender unto Krishna, then no more dukkha, no more miseries. By such surrender, not only will one be released from all the miseries in this life, but at the end he will reach the supreme God, Paramam Padam. And then he's quoting that same verse, Sarvasachaham Riddhi Sanivishta. Okay. 63. Iti te jnanamakhyatam guhyad guhyataram maya vimshridyeta dasheshena yathechasi tata kuru. Thus I have explained to you knowledge still more confidential. Deliberate on this fully and then do what you wish to do. Okay, purport.
The Lord has explained to Arjuna the knowledge of Brahma Bhuta. One who is in the Brahma Bhuta condition is joyful. He never laments, nor does he desire anything. This is due to confidential knowledge. Krishna also discloses knowledge of the Supersoul. This is also Brahman knowledge, knowledge of Brahman, but it is superior. Here the words Yatha Ichchasi Tatha Kuru, as you like, you may act, indicate that God does not interfere with the little independence of the living entity. In Bhagavad Gita, the Lord has explained in all respects how one can elevate his living condition. The best advice imparted to Arjuna is to surrender unto the Supersoul within his heart. By right discrimination, one should agree to act according to the order of the Supersoul. That will help one become situated constantly in Krishna consciousness, the highest perfectional stage of human life. Arjuna is being directly ordered by the personality of Godhead to fight. Surrender to the Supreme Personality of Godhead is in the best interest of the living entities. It is not for the interest of the Supreme. Before surrendering, one is free to deliberate on this subject as far as intelligence goes. That is the best way to accept the instruction of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Such instruction comes also through the spiritual master, the bona fide representative of Krishna.
So now Krishna has finished giving his instructions. And then finally what he's saying? Yathe chasi tata kuru. Yesterday also Srila Prabhupada's lecture, he was making the same point. Krishna doesn't interfere with the independence of the living entity. So he's giving choice. Now I've given you all instructions. Now you decide for yourself what you want to do. Whether you want to do Karma Yoga, Jnana Yoga, Ashtanga Yoga, Bhakti Yoga, what you want to do, decide and do accordingly. Okay. Okay, read.
Devotee, if he is directing the wanderings of all, then I do not have to worry about surrendering. He will direct me to it. Prabhupada, yes, but ye yathamam prapadyante. Why don't you see other verse? He is directing according to your desire. There are two kinds of direction. One kind of direction is when you do not surrender, and one kind of direction when you have surrendered. Because these things are there, my position is either surrender or not surrender. So the not surrender will get one kind of direction and the surrender will get another kind of direction. Both ways, there is direction.
So Krishna gives direction according to our surrender, our desire. So if I desire not to surrender, then Krishna will give us perfect intelligence how not to surrender. I think so I mentioned this before. Prabhupada says, Krishna only gives intelligence to the atheist to write volumes of books denying his existence. Because without Krishna giving intelligence, the atheist cannot write the book. Correct? But who gives him the intelligence to write? Krishna only gives him intelligence. Why? Desire. Because he has desire to write a book against the Supreme Lord. So Krishna only gives him intelligence because he has desire. Ye yathamam prapadyante. So if one wants to be serious in Krishna consciousness, if one wants to surrender, Krishna will give that type of intelligence. If one wants to cheat, if one wants to be a superficial devotee, whatever one wants, Krishna will give intelligence accordingly. So it's all based on one's own desire. Okay, read this.
Here the Lord concludes the whole subject of Gita.
Finished. Gita finished now. Krishna has finished his instructions, finally said, Yata ichasi tada kuru. Up to you now.
Jnana or knowledge consists of Karma Yoga, Ashtanga Yoga, and Jnana Yoga. The word Jnana means that by which one knows. Thus, Jnana refers to a process. In this case, scriptures which produce knowledge of these sadhanas. I have revealed a scripture, Gyan, which is more secret than those scriptures. Guhyat Guhyataram. A process that has not been revealed in the scriptures written by authors such as Vashishta, Badarayan, or Narad. Another meaning is in relation to their omniscience. I am infinite. Thus, they cannot understand the knowledge because of its most confidential nature. I also did not teach them at all because of its intensely confidential nature. Considering this thoroughly, Asheshan, as is suitable to your taste, do what you want to do. Thus, the last 6 chapters concerning Gyan have been completed. These 3 groups of 6 chapters, the Gita, the crown jewel of all knowledge, are the box containing the most valuable secret treasure of Bhakti. The first 6 chapters concerning karma are the lower covering made of gold. The last six chapters concerning Jnana are the lead made of gold and studded with jewels. Within the middle 6 chapters, resting within the container and the lead, shines the most excellent jewel of Bhakti, more valuable than anything in the 3 worlds, which brings Sri Krishna under control. Bhakti's servants, consisting of 2 verses, 65 and 66, of 64 syllables, jewels, embedded on the lead of the box, last 6 chapters, should also be understood to be pure.
Okay, so in this way, Krishna has said, yes, you can do what as you like. But after saying that, Krishna thought, so what Krishna said, you can deliberate. Soch lo. Vimshriyetad asheshena means what? Deliberates. Deliberate on this fully. Asheshena. Think about all what I have said. Think. And then you decide. Take decision what you want to do. Soch kar karna. Not hastily think. So then Arjuna began to think, abhi kya karu abhi? So when Krishna saw Arjuna thinking, Krishna thought, ये तो मेरा मित्र है. अभी ये मित्र क्या करेगा क्या पता अभी. ये कर्म करेगा, ज्ञान करेगा, अष्टांग योग, भक्ति कर क्या करेगा ये? So when Arjuna was thinking, Krishna was worried what decision he will take. What if he takes wrong decision? हाँ भाई फिर से भगवद गीता बोलना पड़ेगा फिर. So therefore Krishna says, I don't want to take risk with this friend. So better tell him directly what to do. And therefore Krishna speaks the next verse. And that is, Sarva Guyyatamam Bhuyah Shruno Me Paramam Vachaha Ishtosi me dridamiti tato vakshyami te hitam. Because you are my very dear friend. That is the condition. Because you are my very dear friend, I am speaking to you my supreme instruction, the most confidential knowledge of all. Hear this from me, for it is for your benefits. Huh? Ishtosi me dridam. Because you are my very dear friend. So, because Arjuna was Krishna's very dear friend, therefore Krishna thought, अरे इफ आई लीव इट टू हिम, पता नहीं क्या डिसीजन लेगा, अच्छा यह है कि मैं ही बताऊंगा क्या करना है. हाँ, दैट इज द रीजन. Otherwise, Krishna will never interfere. Krishna will never interfere with the free will of the jiva. But then, when the devotee is very sincere, then Krishna interferes. And that interference comes through the spiritual master. And the devotees. Everyone is in line. Right. That is what Krishna does. So that's why Krishna, otherwise Bhagavad Gita would have ended there only. 63rd verse only Bhagavad Gita would have ended. But because Krishna thought better to tell this person directly what to do, therefore he said, because you are my very dear friend, therefore I'm giving you the topmost instruction, Paramam Vacha, Sarva Guyatamam Bhuyaha. Again, why is saying again? कभी दिया था? 9th chapter. 9th chapter also. Rajavidya, Rajaguyam. So that is also Guyatamam. So therefore he is saying here, again I am telling you that supremely confidential knowledge. And if you listen to this, who will benefit? I am speaking to you for your benefit. So if you listen to Krishna, who will get benefit? I will only get benefit if I listen to Krishna. So, Lord has purport. The Lord has given Arjuna knowledge that is confidential. Guhya, Guhyatara, Guhyatamam. Guhya is what? Knowledge of Brahman. Guhyatara, knowledge of Super Soul. And Guhyatamam, surrender unto Supreme Personality of Godhead. That is Bhakti. At the end of the 9th chapter, he has said, Man Mana. The same instruction is repeated here to stress the essence of the teachings of Bhagavad Gita. This essence is not understood by common man, but by one who is actually very dear to Krishna, pure devotee of Krishna. Are so many people read the Gita? They understand? No, they don't understand. So because we are receiving knowledge from the pure devotee in Parampara, therefore we are able to understand this most confidential instruction. This is the most important instruction in all Vedic literatures. What Krishna is saying in this connection is the most essential part of knowledge, and it should be carried out not only by Arjuna, but by all living entities. This is not meant only for Arjuna. And then he gives the most confidential instructions, that is, Manmana bhava mad bhakto madhyaji mam namaskuru mame vaishyasi satyam te pratijane priyosi me. Always think of me, become my devotee, worship me and offer your homage unto me. Thus you will come to me without fail. I promise you this because you are my very dear friends. So I'm sure we have heard lectures on this verse many times. Okay, read the first paragraph.
Purport. The most confidential part of knowledge is that one should become a pure devotee of Krishna and always think of him and act for him. One should not become an official meditator.
One should not become official meditator. मतलब क्या है? उसका मतलब क्या है? ऑफिशियल मतलब क्या है? लोग ऑफिस में जाते हैं ना, ऑफिस में क्यों जाते हैं? बहुत प्रेम है ना, बॉस से बहुत प्रेम है इसलिए जाते हैं? नहीं, ठीक है, जाना है, क्या है वो पैसा कमाने जाना है, जाएंगे, क्या है? दैट इज ऑफिशियल। ठीक है, अभी क्या है, वो मंगलारती जाना है, वो बोला है, अटेंडेंस है, वो क्या है अभी वो हाँ, वो सब सिस्टम है, तो इसलिए जाना पड़ेगा, क्या करे, जाएंगे। हाँ, सो दिस इज द मीनिंग ऑफ व्हाट, ऑफिशियल। ठीक है, आगे। This sentence Prabhupada has repeated so many times, so many purports and so many places.
Life should be so molded that one will always have the chance to think of Krishna.
Life should be so molded. हाँ, उसको चेंज करना चाहिए ताकि हम भगवान का स्मरण कर सकें। हाँ,
One should always act in such a way that all his daily activities are in connection with Krishna. He should arrange his life in such a way that throughout the 24 hours he cannot but think of Krishna. And Lord's promise is that anyone who is in such pure Krishna consciousness will certainly return to the abode of Krishna, where he will be engaged in the association of Krishna face to face. This most confidential part of knowledge is spoken to Arjuna because he is the dear friend of Krishna. Everyone who follows the path of Arjuna can become a dear friend to Krishna and obtain the same perfection as Arjuna.
yes. So everyone can follow Arjuna and get the same perfection. And here Srila Prabhupada is, being very particular about the goal of a Gaudiya Vaishnav. And that is what? Concentrate the mind upon Krishna, that very form with two hands, carrying a flute, bluish boy with a beautiful face, peacock feather in his hair. And here he says, one should not even divert his attention to other forms of the Lord. No other form. So, Gaudiya Vaishnava means only Shyam Sundar. When Chaitanya Mahaprabhu saw Lord Jagannath, whom did he see? Shyam Sundar. So similarly, you see Balaji, what you should see? Shyam Sundar. Same form. This is Gaudiya Vaishnav. One should not divert his attention to other forms, even though the Lord has multi forms. But a devotee should concentrate his mind on the form that was present before Arjuna. And this is the most confidential part of knowledge. Okay, let's quickly read this commentary because it's interesting and instructive as well. So he analyzes each one of these.
The phrase Bhava Mad Bhakto means being my devotee, think of me. The Lord says this to exclude the other possibility. He does not mean be a jnani or to be a yogi and meditate on me.
Mad Bhakta, become Bhakta, don't become Jnani Karmi Yogi.
Or the phrase Man Mana can mean give your mind as a gift to me, Shyam Sundara, with moon-like face, with shining locks of hairs and beautiful eyebrows, raining nectar in the form of the glances of sweet mercy.
Give the mind as a gift. De do, man ko de do.
And then Bhava Mad Bhakta can mean and give all your senses such as the ears to me. Perform worship of me, Bhava Mad Bhakta, using all the senses with such service as hearing, chanting, seeing my murti, cleaning and anointing my temples, picking flowers and offering me garlands, ornaments, umbrella and camera.
Okay, so Mad Bhakta means
Chamara.
Navvida Bhakti. Mad Bhakta means Navvida Bhakti.
And then the Lord says, give me objects such as gandha, flowers, incense, lamps, and naivedya. Be my worshipper, perform my worship, madhyaji. And then Lord says, oh, just give me respects. Mam namaskuru, falling on the ground with the whole body. Offer respects by touching the body to the grounds with 8 limbs.
Ashtang.
Of these 4, thinking of me with the mind, serving me with the senses, worshipping me with items, and offering respect to me with the whole body, do all of them or any of them, and you will attain me. Mam eva yasi. Make an offering of your mind, your senses, or items of worship unto me, and I make an oath to you. This satyam. I will give myself to you.
Four things. Prabhupada very often on lectures he would say, just you have to do these four things. Yes, and then Krishna will give himself to you.
The word Satyam implies something of which there is no doubt. According to the Amar Kosha, Satyam means an oath and truth. Well, the people born in the land of Mathura make such oath in every sentence. That is true. In that case, under oath, Prati Jane, I declare you are dear to me. No one cheats a person dear to himself.
So Krishna is saying, you are very dear to me, therefore I am making this oath to you. Ma mevashi satyam te pratijane priyosi me. You are priya, you are very dear to me, I am making oath to you. Therefore I will never break this promise. I will not break this promise. You do these four things and definitely you will come to me. We should have faith. Krishna is giving promise. He's giving promise to Arjuna. And so he doesn't break the promise to a dear friend. And then, Sarva dharman parityajya mamekam sharanam vraja aham tvam sarva papebhyo mokshaishami ma shuchaha. Abandon all varieties of religion, just surrender to me. I shall deliver you from all sinful reactions. Do not fear. Okay, so we'll directly read this commentary.
Am I supposed to perform the meditation and other processes along with my one ashram duties or without them?
Okay, that's Arjuna's question. So am I supposed to do all this meditation and all the other process, one ashram duties? Because Krishna told everything, right? Krishna told one ashram, he told meditation, he told so many things he told. Should I do everything?
Giving up all duties of varna and ashram, sarva dharman parityajya, surrender only to me. One should not say that parityajya means sannyas. To adopt the sannyas order, because Arjuna was a Kshatriya, not qualified for sannyas.
So Sarvadharmana Paritija does not mean taking sannyas. That was not the instruction for Arjuna to take sannyas.
As well, it should not be said that the Lord used Arjuna just to instruct all other people who are not Kshatriyas to take sannyas.
So not, okay, Arjuna need not take sannyas, others can take sannyas. No, it does not mean that also.
For Arjuna was qualified to be the recipient of the Lord's instructions, which could not be taught to others, nor should one explain the meaning of Parityajya in this verse as merely give up all the results of activity.
So Parityajya also does not mean only giving up results of the activities. No, it means what? Give up all the activities themselves. All the other activities, give them up. Aage.
The meaning of the word should thus be explained using all this statement of the Lord with no contradiction. The meaning can indeed be understood correctly by the prefix pari, which means the completely.
Parityajya means completely.
Surrender only to me, ma mekam sarnam vraja. This means that there should be no worship of devatas, ashtanga yoga, jnana or dharma or other elements in that surrender.
Okay, so no other. Mam ekam. Nothing else. So some controversy was going on in the Bhagavatam classes. Here he says that no worship of devatas, ashtanga yoga, jnana, dharma, nothing. Mam ekam.
Previously, I have said that you were not qualified for Ananya Bhakti, the highest type of Bhakti, and that you were qualified for Karma Mishra Bhakti. When I said, whatever you do, whatever you eat, do it as an offering to me. But now, by my great mercy, you have qualification for Ananya Bhakti. That Ananya Bhakti can only be attained by the causeless mercy of my Ekantika Bhakti, Bhakta. Though that is a rule I myself have made, I am now giving the mercy myself, breaking my own vow as I did in the fight with Bhishma.
This is a very important point. So till now, we saw 9.27, 18.57. In all these verses, what Krishna told Arjuna? You are not qualified for Ananya Bhakti. Therefore, he said, you do some sort of Karma Mishra Bhakti. Yad Karoshi, Yad Ashnasi, you do that. This is not Ananya Bhakti. But now what he's saying? By my mercy, I am making you qualified for Ananya Bhakti. And he's explaining that normally that Ananya Bhakti can only be attained by the causeless mercy of my Ekantika Bhakta. This is Krishna's policy. Who's saying this? Krishna is saying, this is Krishna's policy. Bhakti can only be attained by the causeless mercy of a bhakta. Krishna does not give mercy directly. That is why Mahaprabhu is saying, Gopir, Bhartur, Padakamalyor, Das, 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 Anudas. This is Krishna. After all, who's Chaitanya Mahaprabhu? Krishna. Same. That is what he's saying. Same thing. One cannot get mercy directly from Krishna. It only comes through his devotee. But here Krishna is saying, I have broken my promise. I have broken my own rule and I'm giving mercy directly to you. Just as I broke my promise with Bhishma Dev. Aage.
By following my orders, you should not fear some loss on your part in giving up Nitya and Naimittika karmas. The was given by me in the form of the Vedas. Now I am ordering you to give them up all up completely. This their sin.
Is there sin?
Not performing your Nitya karmas? No, rather the opposite. In performing Nitya karmas, you will commit sin because of disobeying my direct order. If someone surrenders to you, he becomes dependent, like an animal purchased for a price. He does whatever you make him do. If you put him in one place, he stays there. If you offer him food, he eats. These are the characteristics of surrender.
So then he's describing the characteristics of surrender. I think so most of you know this, right? Anukulyasa sankalpa, pratikulyasa varjanam, rakshishititi vishvasu, goptritve vannam atma nikshepa karpanya, shadvidha sharnagati. So Prabhupada is quoting that verse in his commentary also. So that is what he's explaining here. Okay, you read after that. Then starting today.
Anukulyasa
No,
means,
ho gaya. Next. Then starting today?
Then starting today, if I surrender to you, I should then do whatever you say, whether it is good or bad. If you make me perform dharma, then I will not worry at all. But if you engage me in adharma, since you are the Supreme Lord and can do what you want, then what will happen to me? Please tell me.
Okay, so Arjuna is asking, theek hai, I'll surrender to you. If you tell me to do dharma, good things, it is all right. But if you tell me to do wrong things, then what? Then what will happen to me? Because now he says, I've surrendered, then I should do whatever you say, right? If you tell me good things, it's fine. But if you give me wrong instructions, then what should I do?
I will free you from all sinful reaction, from whatever reactions exist from the far past and the recent past, and from whatever reactions arises from acts, I will make you perform in the future. This is not impossible for me to do, though it cannot be done by anyone else to whom you surrender. Taking you as the means, I am giving instruction to the whole world. Do not feel grief for your own welfare or that of others. May you and all others people giving up all dharma, your own and everyone else, observing your thoughts and actions in me, surrendering to me, remaining in contentment, I myself have accepted the burden of freeing you from sin and freeing you from samsara. Do not lament, thinking, oh, I have thrown my own burden on my master. It is no strain at all for me, who am most affectionate to my devotee. Nothing else remains to be instructed. Thus the scripture has been
concluded. Okay, so Krishna is saying, okay, you do whatever I tell you. If there is some sin, if there is something wrong, don't worry. I will take all the reactions. Tvam sarva papebhyo moksha shamai ma shucha. Don't worry. I will take the burden myself. It is not that you are throwing that burden on me. No, I myself take that burden and I will nullify all sinful reactions because I am most affectionate to my devotee. Okay, so one should have full faith in these things. And these are supreme instructions which the Supreme Lord has given. And one should have faith and one should simply surrender and one will achieve supreme benefit. Okay, fine. Few more verses. Now the instructions are over, but few additional things Krishna is speaking. 67 to 71, preaching and studying the Bhagavad Gita. Now Krishna is describing to whom this knowledge should be given and to whom it should not be given. Idam te na tapaskaya na bhaktaya kadachana na cha shushushave vacham na cha mamyo bhyasuyati. This confidential knowledge may never be explained to those who are not austere or devoted or engaged in devotional service, nor to one who is envious of me. So here he is saying to whom this knowledge should not be given. Na tapaskaya, na bhaktaya. So to all these people, this should not be given. This knowledge should not be given. So further down the purport, Prabhupada writes, actually the purpose of Bhagavad Gita is not understandable to those who are sensuous. Even if one is not sensuous but is strictly following the disciplines enjoined in the Vedic scripture, if he is not a devotee, he also cannot understand Krishna. And even when one poses himself as devotee of Krishna but is not engaged in Krishna conscious activities, he also cannot understand Krishna. Okay, so even one may know all the Vedic injunctions. If he is not a devotee, he cannot understand. If somebody is a devotee but is not actually devotee, is posing himself to a devotee, he also cannot understand. So there are many persons who envy Krishna because he has explained in Bhagavad Gita that he is supreme and that nothing is above him or equal to him. There are many persons who are envious of Krishna. Such persons should not be told of Bhagavad Gita, for they cannot understand. There is no possibility of faithless persons understanding Bhagavad Gita and Krishna. Without understanding Krishna from the authority of a pure devotee, one should not try to comment upon Bhagavad Gita. 68. Ya idam paramam guhyam madbhakteshu vidhasyati bhaktim mai param kritva mame vashyat samshaya. For one who explains the supreme secret to the devotees, pure devotional service is guaranteed, and at the end he will come back to me. So Prabhupada writes at the end of the purport, anyone, however, who tries sincerely to present Bhagavad Gita as it is will advance in devotional activities and reach the pure devotional state of life. As a result of such pure devotion, he is sure to go back home, back to Godhead. 69. Nacha tasman manusheshu kashin me priya krittamaha bhavita nacha me tasmad anya priyataro bhuvi. There is no servant in this world more dear to me than he, nor will there ever be one more dear. 70. Adhyeshyate chaya imam dharmyam samvadamavayo jnana yagyena tenaham ishtasyamiti me matihi. And I declare that he who studies the sacred conversation of ours worships me by his intelligence. So we're using intelligence in Krishna's service. 71. Now he says, who can understand? Shraddhavan anasuyascha shrunuyadapi yo naraha sopi mukta shubha lokan prapnuyat punya karmanam. And one who listens with faith and without envy becomes free from sinful reactions and attains to the auspicious planets where the pious dwell. Okay, so these are qualified to understand the Gita. Those who have Shraddha and who are Anasuya. Yes, no envy. So here in the purport, Srila Prabhupada raises a question. In other words, Bhagavad Gita is for devotees only. But it so happens that sometimes a devotee of the Lord will hold open class. And in that class, not all the students are expected to be devotees. Why do such persons hold open class? So we all do that, right? So every time everyone is not a devotee. It is explained here that although not everyone is a devotee, still there are many men who are not envious of Krishna. They have faith in him as Supreme Personality of Godhead. Okay, so even if one may not be a complete full-fledged devotee, at least some faith they have. So then they become favorable. They have faith in him as Supreme Personality of Godhead. If such persons hear from bona fide devotee about the Lord, the result is that they become at once free from all sinful reactions and after that attain to the places we all. Therefore, simply by hearing Bhagavad Gita, even a person who does not try to be a pure devotee attains the result of righteous activities. Okay. So, okay, this way. Read this.
Therefore, a devotee is more merciful than Krishna. Krishna is very strict, but the devotees are very lenient. Krishna does not want to speak even with demons, but the devotees are so kind. They go to the demon and pray. Kindly hear about Krishna. Therefore, a devotee is more merciful than Krishna. Krishna doesn't speak to the demons unless you are one who is Bhakta. Just like Bhagavad Gita was spoken to Arjuna, Bhaktos si sakha cheti. Krishna never speaks. Krishna was very strict, but the devotees, Krishna has said, Imam parampara guhyam mad
Mad
bhakteshu.
bhakteshu abhidasyati.
About Bhagavad Gita, he says, one who speak this confidential knowledge amongst the bhaktas, he recommended the bhaktas. But the devotees, they are so merciful. They go to the abhakta, transgressing the order of Krishna because they are so merciful. All right, Krishna has rejected them. Let me try. Let me try. This is the position of bhakta. Bhagavad Gita should be discussed amongst the devotees. Sometimes we discuss Bhagavad Gita amongst the non-devotees. That is due to higher order. Higher order. Guru Maharaj asked that you go and speak. So we are doing that. Actually, Bhagavad Gita is to be discussed amongst the devotees. So our hard task is that first of all, we have to make one devotee and then let him understand Bhagavad Gita, our double task.
By discussing Bhagavad Gita. So therefore, before that he clarified, devotee is more merciful than Krishna. Okay. Sandra Sandra, Arjuna is firmly fixed. Kachid etat shrutam partha tvayegagreena chetasa kachid ajnana sammoham pranashtaste dhananjaya. O son of Pritha, O conqueror of wealth, have you heard this with an attentive mind? And are your ignorance and illusions now dispelled? So Arjuna, Krishna is asking these questions to Arjuna. Did you hear attentively? Prabhupada writes interesting statement. The Lord was acting as spiritual master of Arjuna. Therefore, it was duty to inquire from Arjuna whether he understood whole Bhagavad Gita in its proper perspective. If not, the Lord was ready to re-explain any points or the whole Bhagavad Gita if so required. Actually, anyone who hears Bhagavad Gita from bona fide spiritual master like Krishna or his representative will find that all his ignorance is dispelled. So Krishna was ready to speak Bhagavad Gita again. So anyway, so you also can join next Bhakti Shastra. If you didn't understand. Yes. His yad yad acharati ishtash. Okay, ठीक है. 73. Arjuna uvacha nashto moha smriti labdha tvat prasadan mayachyuta stitosmi gata sandeha karishye vachanam tava. Arjuna said, my dear Krishna, O infallible one, my illusion is now gone. I have regained my memory by your mercy. I am now firm and free from doubt and prepared to act according to your instructions. So Prabhupada writes in the third paragraph, Krishna consciousness is acting according to Krishna's order. Nice definition of Krishna consciousness. Krishna consciousness is acting according to Krishna's order. And then further down he says, one who does not know him is under the spell of illusion. He does not become a devotee but a servitor of Maya. Arjuna, however, after hearing Bhagavad Gita from Supreme Personality of Godhead, became free from all illusion. He could understand that Krishna was not only his friend, but the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and he understood Krishna factually. So to study Bhagavad Gita is to understand Krishna factually. When a person is in full knowledge, he naturally surrenders to Krishna. When Arjuna understood that it was Krishna's plan to reduce the unnecessary increase of population, he agreed to fight according to Krishna's desire. He again took up his weapons, his arrows and bow, to fight under the order of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And then the last section, that is 74 to 78, Sanjaya's predictions. 74. Sanjaya Uvacha Ityaham Vasudevasya Parthasya cha Mahatmanah Samvadamimam Ashrausham Adbhutam Maharshanam. Sanjay said, thus have I heard the conversation of two great souls, Krishna and Arjuna, and so wonderful is that message that my hair is standing on ends. So Sanjay is speaking to whom? Dhritarashtra, who is so Sanjay is speaking this whole thing. So towards the end of the purport, Prabhupada writes, if we follow in the footsteps of Arjuna to understand Krishna, then our life will be happy and successful. Sanjay realized this, and as he began to understand it, he related the conversation to Dhritarashtra. Now it is concluded that wherever there's Krishna, Arjuna, there's victory. Vyasa prasada shrutavan etad guhyam aham param yogam yogeshwarat krishnat sakshat katayata swayam. By the mercy of Vyas, I have heard these most confidential talks directly from the master of all mysticism, Krishna, who was speaking personally to Arjuna. By the mercy of Vyas, Sanjay could hear all this. 76. Rajan samsmritya sambadam imam adbhutam keshavarjuna yo punyam rishyami cha muhu muhu. O King, as I repeatedly recall this wondrous and holy dialogue between Krishna and Arjuna, I take pleasure being thrilled at every moment. This is what should happen. By hearing Bhagavad Gita, thrilled at every moment. Prabhupada writes, result of Krishna consciousness is that one becomes increasingly enlightened and he enjoys life with a thrill, not only for some time, but at every moment. So this is what should happen. By hearing Bhagavad Gita, one should be thrilled, excited every moment. 77. Tacha samsmritya rupam atyadbhutam hare vismayo me mahan rajan rishyami cha punaha. O King, as I remember that wonderful form of Lord Krishna, I am struck with wonder more and more, and I rejoice again and again. And the last verse. Yatra Yogeshwara Krishno, Yatra Partho Dhanurdharaha, Tatra Shrir Vijayo Bhuti, Dhruva Nitir Matir Mama. Wherever there's Krishna, the master of all mystics, and wherever there's Arjuna, the supreme archer, there will also certainly be opulence, victory, extraordinary power, and morality. That is my opinion. So please read the first and the last paragraphs of the purport.
Purport: the Bhagavad Gita began with an inquiry of the Dhritarashtra. He was hopeful of the victory of his sons, assisted by great warriors like Bhishma, Drona, and Karna. He was hopeful that the victory would be on his side. But after describing the scenes of the battlefield, Sanjaya told the king, you are thinking of victory, but my opinion is that where Krishna and Arjuna are present, there will be all good fortune. He directly confirmed that Dhritarashtra could not expect victory for his side. Victory was certain for the side of Arjuna because Krishna was there. Krishna's acceptance of the post of charioteer for Arjuna was an exhibition of another opulence. Krishna is full of all opulences and the renunciation is one of them. There are many instances of such a renunciation, for Krishna is also master of renunciation.
Okay, so Krishna accepting the post of charioteer is exhibition of his renunciation. Last paragraph.
The living entity in his original position is a pure spirit. He is just like an atomic particle of the Supreme Spirit. Thus, Lord Krishna may be compared to the sun and the living entities to sunshine, because the living entities are the marginal energy of Krishna. They have a tendency to be in a contact either with the material energy or with the spiritual energy. In the other words, the living entity is situated between the two energy of the Lord. And because he belongs to the superior energy of the Lord, he has a particle of independence. By proper use of that independence, he comes under the direct order of Krishna. Thus, he attains his normal condition in the pleasure-giving potency.
So this is what should happen by studying the Bhagavad Gita. The living entity should use his independence, his minute independence, to surrender to Krishna. So the choice is always there, whether to surrender to the external potency or the internal potency. But after receiving all this knowledge, then we should, with this knowledge and our intelligence, one should surrender to Krishna and his internal potency. Thus, in the Bhaktan purports to the 18th chapter of Srimad Bhagavad Gita, in the matter of its conclusion, the perfection of renunciation. Okay, a quote of Srila Prabhupada, please read.
This is difference, bhakti and karma. We should only accept Krishna's desire. That is the instruction of the Bhagavad Gita. Arjuna's desire was not to fight, but Krishna's desire was to fight. Just the opposite. Arjuna ultimately agreed to Krishna's desire. Yes, Karishye Vachanam Tava. Yes, I will act according to your desire. That is bhakti. This is the difference between bhakti and karma. Karma means to fulfill my desires, and bhakti means to fulfill Krishna's desires. That is the difference. Now you make your choice whether you want to make your desires fulfilled or if you want to make Krishna's desire fulfilled. If you make your decision to make Krishna's desire fulfilled, then your life is successful. That is our Krishna conscious life. Krishna wants it. I must do it. I will not do anything for me. This is the difference between material and spiritual.
Okay, so this is the meaning of bhakti, to simply follow Krishna's instructions to fulfill Krishna's desires, and that is the ultimate message of the Bhagavad Gita. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. So by the mercy of Srila Prabhupada and all the acharyas, we have tried to make an insignificant attempt to explain these verses of the Bhagavad Gita. So we thank you all very much for your kind participation and giving us an opportunity to once again revise the Bhagavad Gita and try to understand. Every time we discuss the Bhagavad Gita in the association of devotees, it's always a wonderful new experience. And so thank you all very much for giving me this opportunity to render this service. And we hope that this understanding of Bhagavad Gita will help us to increase our surrender and increase our services in Srila Prabhupada's movement, ultimately for the pleasure of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Shri Krishna. Thank you all very much. Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Srimad Bhagavad Gita ki jai, Samved Gaur Bhakta Vrinda ki jai. Thank you very much. So thank you very much for your association, and we look forward to your association again sometime in the future. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. So again, we are extremely grateful to Prabhuji that he took out his time. Practically, the next schedule, Prabhuji only used to tell that I would be available next month in these dates. So are you available in those dates? So Prabhuji literally adjusted according to all of our schedule. And there were many inconveniences which Prabhuji also faced. Like last month only we have an example. But still Prabhuji tolerated all these things, and in spite of that, and our entire Gita, no, Prabhuji. An entire Bhagavad Gita was personally taught by Prabhuji to all of us. So we are really grateful for this. So we'd like to express our gratitude to Prabhuji by once loudly chanting Hare Krishna Mahamantra. Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare. Thank you, Prabhuji, and please forgive us for any inconveniences. This is a small gift from our side. Token of gratitude, you can say. No, for your